We'll go ahead and call the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners special meeting on June 4th, 2025 at 4 p.m. I'd like to welcome everyone here. Appreciate the public that is in attendance as well as the press. And we do, just for understanding, the reason why we held it up here is because, quite frankly, the technology is better up here, and we wanted to ensure that the community had access to YouTube. We are streaming this live, and so we wanted to make sure that the technology is better up here for some of the guests that we're going to have online with us. We do have room 118 open for overflow, but again, the reason why we had it up here is because we want to ensure we have the most stable platform so that our community can tune in and be able to listen to it live. At this time, I will go ahead and ask Vice Chairman Jones to give us the invocation and the pledge.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day. We ask that everything be done in decency and order. We ask that you give us guidance and wisdom. May everything be done respectfully. May we take in consideration that of each other's thoughts and opinions so that we can make wise decisions for our overall community. We ask that you keep our veterans and all those that serve away from harm. We thank them for their service. We ask for the same for all of our first responders, and we ask that for all of our leaders. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can never change your seat.
Thank you.
Commissioners, you should have the information in front of you as far as the flow of the meeting. There's not a pre-agenda, so there's no agenda to approve. You have the flow of the meeting based on what the clerk sent out. We will move to the Crown Event Center update. And just as a couple notes, we have asked the county manager to walk through a series of presentations in reference to the background of the event center and where we are. And so we'll have those presentations. Following each presentation, I'll open it up to the board for comments or questions, and then we'll move to the next item. It is the way that we're going to proceed. Commissioners, any questions on that process? Mr. Attorney, just clarifying, we don't need to approve an agenda because we don't really have one. Okay.
This serves as an agenda.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we were legal. Also, before I call on the county manager to start the presentations, I want to talk a little bit about how we got here and where we are today. So there was a groundbreaking for the Crown Event Center that was held on the 25th of 2024. Following that, there was a virtual pre-bid meeting that happened on November 11th, 2024. The second phase of construction, so there's 3 phases of construction in this project. That second phase was approved on November 25th, 2024. On December 2nd, a new board was seated. On March 25th, 2025, the Board of Commissioners announced a 30-day pause on the project. On April 7th, 2025, the Board of Commissioners lifted the suspension on the Crown Event Center contracts, and the contracts were directed to work within their scope of work without any restrictions. On April 14th, 2025, the Board of Commissioners held a special meeting to discuss the Crown Event project. No formal action was taken. The board requested the project team present an updated timeline and associated costs following the lifting of the contractual suspension on April 7th. Commissioners also received an update on the project's financial plan, including the financial model, that's designed to accommodate any anticipating cost increase. Additionally, the board instructed staff to engage Davis Kane Architects to develop cost estimates for renovating and modernizing the existing Crown Theater and Arena. On June 2nd, 2025, the Board of Commissioners received a packet of information to include the project team update, the existing theater and arena modernization proposal, and an updated parking assessment. Following that meeting, I called a special meeting that we are now in, and at this time, we will walk through the information that was presented to us, as well as some additional information that was presented to us on Monday. And as I stated, the manager will walk through a series of presentations, about four, and then we will ask questions along the way. And then at the end of that presentation, we'll look to the board for discussion and any action they wish to take. Mr. Manager, I will turn it over to you to start the first presentation. Sir.
Good evening, good afternoon, Commissioners. Go through a series of slides based on where we are. On Monday, I passed out some information, updated cost estimate for GMP3, information regarding the estimate to renovate the Crown Arena, and also information regarding parking, updated parking assessment. I have approximately 7 slides that I'll go through, and I'll pause after each one to take any questions and discuss any items that you would like. We also have representatives here from Davis Kane Architect online, MVP here, Matt DeSilva and Adam Miller with MVP, Ryan Parker with Metcom TA11, our construction manager at risk, Doug Carter, Andrew Carter, and Mary Nash online. Doug Carter and Andrew Carter with DEC Associates, our financial advisors. Mary Nash is with McGuire Woods as our bond counsel. Rick Moorfield and myself are answering any questions, and also Seth Bernal with OVG that operates the Crown Center for, Crown Commission Center for. So go through the first slide, Crown Event Center GMP pricing. On Monday, when I handed out the updated GMP pricing, the total, when we had the Crown Event Center meeting on January 28th, the GMP prices was $117,754,581. Due to the pause and after pause, we need to get an updated pricing. On May 28th, the updated pricing was $125,492,628. It represented approximately a $7.7 million increase, approximately a $6.6 million change. That change resulted in the results of tariffs, pause, inflation, and I'll take any questions you may have based on that information I passed out. Again, like I said, Ryan with Metcom is here. Also, Matt DeSilva is here to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners, any questions on the GMP3 pricing? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Manager, in the packet you sent us with the AIA documents, under the assumptions and clarifications section in that document, it says that the 125,492,698 would need to be executed prior to 5/28/25. Given that that date is elapsed, what confidence can the board have that this pricing is in fact the current pricing should we move forward with it today?
When we spoke with Metcom, they said we had it up until really this Friday to on that pricing without delay. Again, that was still dated, but I asked for update, and they said Friday would be the date that we would have to be concerned about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Manager, in the same document, the GMP3 assumptions and clarifications, There was a note in there that the next construction activity on site would be the installation of stormwater boxes. That would be scheduled to start on July 7th of this year. That would require NCDOT driveway permits to be secured on or before July 7th of 2025. As of now, I know that NCDOT does have over 500 permits or applications in the queue. Can you explain if we'd be able to make that?
Right now, we've been engaged with the NCDOT. We fully expect that we'll be able to make that date. If there's a change in that date, we'll definitely let you all know prior to if we move forward in this direction.
Anything else, Commissioner? Yes, sir. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. On this GMP3 pricing, in January it was 117. If we had passed the GMP3 at that time, it would have been 117.
Yes.
But because we didn't pass it, it allowed, we couldn't lock in those prices.
Correct.
And so it went up to the 125.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, County Manager, if you'll go ahead and proceed to your next group.
Yes, for the parking, we had an updated parking study. Originally with Timmons study, Timmons Group provided a study and said there was a deficit of approximately 1,309 spaces. If fully, there were two events, a very weird anomaly, for lack of a better term, happened. If there was a full sellout at the baseball stadium along with a sellout at the Crown Event Center at the same time. Based on the updated park, we also have approved parking deck that will provide 1,100 additional spaces. Based on the recommended and updated parking study, we feel that it's overblown in some respects, lack of a better term, that we have enough. The original study said that we didn't need a parking deck to satisfy the parking if we had a large event. We would recommend, as part of that, going back and recalculating the actual parking needing. The parking deck was never considered part of the Crown Event Center. It was considered for a future government services center. It would just provide supplemental parking. So we really, quick and to the point, the parking decks really should not be taken in as an impact to the Crown Event Center downtown, because we will have sufficient parking without it. And I'll take any questions you may have.
Commissioners, questions on this? Commissioner Fairclough, you recognize?
I've always had a question about the parking deck. Are you saying that if we didn't have the Crown Center in the parking lot of the courthouse, we would still need a parking deck? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if we had the Crown Event Center downtown, we wouldn't have an issue with parking if we didn't have the parking deck at that time. The parking deck has always been considered as part of the future governmental services center project. But if we did have the parking deck downtown, it would supplement and alleviate any parking issues that we may have. Because if you look at it from the standpoint of during the day, we probably wouldn't have any events at the event center if it's downtown, and at night it would be fully empty for parking, to supplement any parking that we currently have for the event center.
Commissioner Adams, you recognize?
And I just, on this parking study by Simmons, they did a worst case scenario, talk about a deficit of 1,300 parking spaces. At 1 o'clock, during a sellout baseball game and an event where we'd be hosting 3,000 attendees. That is just optimal. I don't know that would ever happen. I've been to a bunch of baseball games, never seen it sold out, plus much that's at 1 o'clock, most of those in the afternoon. And an event, we hope we get 3,000. That'd be great. But that's the worst case scenario. Did they not do anything less than that? Because that doesn't really give me an idea of whether I need parking spaces or not, with that worst case scenario.
It would be my recommendation that we do a thorough parking evaluation to come up with the true amount. And we do that and have that back within 3 to 4 weeks. I don't think it would take that long for staff to come back with that.
Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
Thank you. So, and, like the parking deck, but if you go to PNC Arena and park in the parking lot, you can walk as far as from the parking deck that's right behind the PWC building, that's where my office is, which is halfway empty half the time. Have we ever thought about doing some kind of MOU with the city for some parking with that parking deck, which if you stand on the front steps of this courthouse, you can see the parking deck?
Yes, I reached out to the city manager today to just start discussions on that. Wasn't able to get in contact with him, but those are some of the options that I would want to explore before we say that we don't have adequate parking. I've been, for just a personal privilege, been to several events, and normally, most of the time, some of the local vendors or local businesses around the event open up their parking spaces, and that creates parking capacity. So again, I would like to go through, and staff go through, and come up with a true parking study over the next 3 weeks in which we can say, hey, this is what we think should be, if there's downtown, what the parking needs would be.
Yeah. And so, and down here on Person Street, the county actually owns a lot that could also be parking.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this particular parking study, can you emphasize, was it or was it not a study that considered the ADA needs? Has that been looked at in regards to, we are, a military community, we have a lot of veterans with ADA needs and other civilians as well. So have they taken that into accountability, and if so, can someone elaborate on that for me in regards to parking for ADA, those that are handicapped and that type of situation, please?
Yes, that was taken into account, but I'll go back and update and make sure that I clarify that. But that was taken into account, and for the parking deck also.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner?
No.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I had a chance to review the assessment that was completed by Davis King that this slide's relying upon. And it's of interest to note that they did not recommission a study, rather looked at the two older studies. But there's several sentences that are contained in their 3-page report that, based upon what you're providing to us, I'd like to respond to. I can do them one at a time, or I can
One at a
say all
time.
three.
That's fine.
Okay, so on the second page, middle of the paragraph, the study concludes stating it is unlikely that additional parking spaces be needed to facilitate courthouse patrons. This needs clarification as the parking accommodations of the courthouse and the parking accommodations of the event center are overlapping.
Say that one more time.
The study concludes stating it is unlikely that additional parking spaces be needed to facilitate courthouse patrons. This needs clarification as the parking accommodations of the courthouse and the parking accommodations of the event center are overlapping.
Yes, yes.
Okay, next statement. To elaborate on their statement, this is the last paragraph of the same page. To elaborate on their statement, the event center parking needs may be partially offset by the new parking structure, as much of the heavy use of the facility will be during hours when the government complex is not in use.
Correct.
So there's a contradiction. You're saying the deck doesn't really pertain to the project, but in these two instances, it's saying, one, we don't really know if the courthouse parking is going to be affected, but that we know that the parking deck can offset some of the parking needs for the event center.
Correct, and that's why I say staff needs to come back and bring something back that we can definitively say what this parking space needs are, because that is contradictory as far as if we hit the parking deck and if in the timing of the day between current county parking and event parking and the needs. Theoretically, in the afternoon, or let's say when the event is occurring, most of the time it's going to happen at night, a time when the back parking lot and the parking needs of the county are not needed. So that's what I thought that statement meant. But I would say for me to feel more comfortable and for the commissioners and everyone to be more comfortable, let staff go back through it, talk with Davis Kane, we develop additional information so we'll know what the true parking needs are based on Timmons study that's old, and then this updated parking study, so we'll have a clear understanding of what the parking needs are for the event center.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so it would be a fair statement to say that we cannot ascertain at this time whether or not the parking deck does need to be a part of this project or not.
Yes, as I said, the parking deck was never really considered as part of this project. It was supposed to be supplemental to the project. The parking deck was supposed to be part of a new government services center. The only reason why we started the parking deck is because in coordination, if we started moving on the governmental services center, we would, what I'm dealing with right now, we would disrupt the parking in the back, so we would already have the deck available as we constructed the new government services center. And in the coordination with the Crown, if it was built downtown, it would provide that supplemental parking also in the evenings when events were happening while we were constructing the new government services center.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Quick question. I would imagine that looking at this project and the anticipated growth downtown, as parking is, as today potentially enough, if we continue to grow our downtown capacity, we're going to need this parking deck. And so my question would be, to Commissioner Tyson's point, if we're looking for answers in 3 weeks to the cost on this project, if we're going to need to have this parking deck, will that affect the GMP3 price and contract?
No.
Okay. And then,
We already have pricing for the parking deck. What I would want to do is make sure that I discuss with the contractor for the parking deck, is it the right size? And what would be the future needs as we look at the Crown Event Center if it comes downtown or not?
and the reason I'm asking is because I just want to note that the range that we were supplied in this newest parking study is showing $35 million to $46 million for parking. And so if we are going to raise that, and I know we'll get to the debt portion and how we can service that later, so I don't want to dig into it now, but I'm having a little bit of difficulty understanding how we would not include the parking deck in the GMP3.
Because it's separate and distinct. And we never considered the parking deck as part of the GMP3 for the Crown Event Center. It was part of the future government services center. So let's just say we didn't build the government services center, we wouldn't need the parking deck.
We go to Vice Chairman Jones, and then coming to Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to make it simplified, and I'm sure that the listening audience would appreciate that too, I just want to get it very clear then. Is there or would there be in 2 to 3 weeks, when you all do other research about the parking deck, would there be able to be, if it was found that there's needed, on-site parking? And again, I know some people don't want me to bring this up, but I'm going to anyway. ADA is very important. People are retired, and even older people like to go to shows as well. With that being said, so I want to make sure I understand correctly, and you all know I'm one, as we all are, want to be transparent for our overall community. Are we stating that as things are now, is this a parking deck that would be away, blocks away, or in other words, if this building goes up downtown, is there going to be on-site or somewhere for individuals, I'm just going to spell it out there, handicaps, using walkers, wheelchairs, or whatever have you, somebody spell it out for me. Is it going to be accessible or on someplace on the, on the ground level where they can be able to assess this building? Just make it simplified for me, and I'm sure the audience would appreciate that too.
Yes, the parking deck is currently configured, would be right behind the Sheriff Annex. And if we built it, it would be 3 stories. And then there would be a ADA accessible breezeway walkway that would come actually level to the current steps slash, there's steps behind in between the sheriff annex.
Okay.
And so there would be an ADA ramp that you could walk straight from probably the second floor of the parking deck right to the sidewalk and come right to the Crown Event Center and walk right to it and not have any issues.
That's
ADA-wise.
wheelchair accessible as well.
Wheelchair accessible and everything. We've also evaluated the sidewalks to make sure that if any repairs to the sidewalks for anybody that needs ADA accessibility, that it would be handled also.
And thank you, and I just wanted to make that clear. I know that sometimes it's those that can get around better than others, little things or big significant things in the lives of those, so you all know I'm an advocate for that. Thank you for clearing that up.
And
Thank you so
let me
much.
go back. If we find, and I not say 3 weeks based on, we are in budget season. We have, we do have like a little $608 million budget we're trying to finalize. When I say that is, it probably would be faster. I think if we did want to say that and the parking deck would be considered part of the GMP3. I don't know, and I saw the estimate. I think we would need to, lack of a better term, call that estimate, get a pencil to it and look at it, maybe fine tune it. Because again, if you look at the number of spaces that we have now for employee parking and potentially future parking needs, 1,100 may, based on the study and the potential deficit, 1,100 may be a little bit larger than what we anticipate, and therefore the cost may come down. So that's what I want to make sure that I bring forward very soon. But again, the parking deck would be supplemental and not needed for the actual Crown Event Center.
And thank you so much for that, because as we all are aware, that was an issue at the old Crown, and of course the county did get sued about ADA, so we might as well just address all information and all elephants in the room, and I'm always going to advocate for our disability community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Commissioner Adams, you're recognized for round 2.
Yeah, just because I know it predates the manager a little bit and some of our fellow commissions. When we were looking at the building for our government building, it was to bring some of our agencies that are away from the courthouse to the courthouse. So there will be actually more people in this government-assisted building than in the courthouse. Basically, what has happened in the courthouse is that the judicial system has basically kind of just pushed us out. They are fighting for space, which is why we were talking about the government services building. But it was also, we're sitting up at looking at, just for an example, child support sitting up on Hay Street and some of the other entities to bring them all in-house. So if you bring them all in-house and they bring their people plus their clients or customers, that was the need for the parking deck to be able to do that, to assist with that government services building. So it wasn't just what's happening right here, right now, it's that additional people coming into that building.
Anything else, Commissioner Adams?
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Fairclough, you're recognized.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel kind of answered my question. I did see a revised estimate of 46 million, and
Up to.
but the manager said that may come down if the scope of that project goes a little lower. I was curious though, how many space at the current projected configuration, how many spaces are taken up by the parking deck itself, the projected parking deck?
I had to look at that and get back to you on it. I can't remember right offhand.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fairclough, anything else? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized for
Thank
round
you,
2.
Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm a little confused, Mr. Manager. Maybe you can help me with this. So you're saying the parking deck doesn't need to be taken into consideration with our event center. The analysis from Davis Kane is saying, well, we don't know, but the parking spaces may be offset by that. And so I'm just trying to understand. And then to further clarification, your request tonight would basically be, if the board decided to approve, we would have to approve this construction contract, not knowing one way or another on this 46 million.
No, we already have pricing on the parking deck and how much it would cost. I'm concerned that 46 million may be overstated. And so I think you can make the decision on the parking because we will fine tune that number. I mean, we never looked at the parking deck, as Commissioner Adams just stated. It was never part of the Crown Event Center when it started. It was considered supplemental to the Crown Event Center because there was sufficient parking that we felt around the venue. And with a $46 million price tag, both and not contradicting the estimate, I just need to get a fine-tuned estimate because that's almost $15 million more than what we have budgeted. And not to get off point, but the standard is the standard. And so it's $33 million. We need to find how to fit in that $33 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is what my question was going to be, and again, to simplify it for all of our community, because it sounds like there's a parking deck may or may not be needed. So without the parking deck and the Crown Center downtown to be able to be up and running, people to still be able to utilize, if we chose to go that route, what is the amount price for the Crown Event Center projectively to be downtown, as it is being stated? I guess still room of discussion about parking. Obviously, parking would be available, but what is that price for the Crown Event Center to be downtown, as we are stating that you are configuring as of this date today?
Right now, we have $147 million that was the original budget. You add 7.7, you get to approximately $153 million, give or take a few hundred thousand.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions on this part? Mr. Manager, I've got a couple questions just as clarification. So I'm back on ADA accessibility. You spoke about a parking deck and access from a parking deck. Currently, there's not a parking deck as part of this project, is what I've heard continuously, although I've heard that it's also needed. But let me step back from that. On the premises of the Crown Event Center as is laid out right now, is there ADA access on premise parking?
Yeah, it would have to be, yes. It's,
With the latest configuration that was approved by the previous board?
yes, as far as I have to go back and check, but yes, it is required because you have to have ADA right up in front of the building. Ryan, can you?
That is a great question. So I do know that there's ADA accessible sidewalks and drop-offs out front, and I can't speak to the exact count of parking spaces without pulling the drawings out.
Yeah.
And the reason why I ask is because we talked about you talked about the parking deck and very articulate, second floor, kind of moving, walking across the sidewalk. But when I look at the presentation that was given in December of last year, or excuse me, of the last presentation that spoke to the configurations when the previous board made the decision on which recommendation, because there was 3 or 4 different positionings of it. There is not parking, there is drop-off, and I may be mistaken, but there's drop-off to exactly what was just stated by Metcom, but there's not parking spaces. There are some parking spaces in the rear, but that is for, the way it was identified on there was for working. So I'm trying to clarify.
I got you.
Is there ADA accessible parking on the site, not drop-off?
We have to go through the drawings and find out, but we'll get that answer to you, if not by the end of the meeting. If there's not, we'll make sure that it's there.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's an important point, Vice Chairman. I'll get to you. I've got you. Let me just finish asking my second question. I'm a little confused still on the parking deck. Been very deliberate that the parking deck is not part of this project. But now we're hearing that we may need the parking and we may need the ADA parking to have accessibility, or we may need it for the courthouse parking, which there wasn't a plan for the courthouse parking and the removal of 1,100 spaces. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, you said you need 3 weeks to come back on, or 2 weeks, or however much time to come back and tell us about the parking day. But in my mind, if you say yes, then that connects us to the project. And as a board, we need to, no matter how it's funded, we will need to look at that. That makes this a $180-something million project. And it's connected then, because the government services building is not, there's been no movement on that. And that was a part of the government services building. So I'm trying to, we've thread this needle, the press has thread this needle, there's been a lot of conversation, is the parking deck attached to this project?
No.
You're contradicting what you.
No, I'm saying, if I would say, let me clarify. The parking deck is not part of this project.
And so we have ample parking to sustain the Crown Event Center with 144 events over the year in its current capacity.
Based on the parking studies that I've seen, yes.
And we have the ability to, and we have the replacement of the courthouse parking as well. The one-for-one spaces.
You mean in the back?
What I'm saying is, when we removed 1,100 spaces, or however many was in the parking lot that was ripped up, do we have capacity for parking spaces for the courthouse, for the county, AOC, the judicial side that works in this building, as well as, I understand, public parking, there's parking decks and other things, but capacity for people, do we have enough spaces for the people that work here without a parking deck?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a lot that's right there by the tire shop, and I can never remember the name, that we can pave that.
Okay.
And then we also rent spaces from the church, and we rent spaces from a former commissioner that we can use and leverage as parking. And that would, right now, what we're working on is trying to make this back parking lot in the back of the Government Services Center employee only, and the public park in the other spaces.
Okay. Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize?
Thank you, and since we are on the topic of parking, I just want to be very clear, I don't like to confuse the public. Please be mindful, we do need to take in consideration with these parking spaces and the need of that. The courthouse is only open primarily, mainly, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. In my opinion, I'm not in the entertainment business, but I'm presuming it is multi-purpose center, but most of the majority, I would assume, of these events would be taking place on the weekend, of which, when the courthouse, unless, sometimes there's activities here, but most of the time the courthouse is not going to be actively active on Saturday and Sunday. I think that's an important point to point out. A lot of information is being given, and so that we can make sure that this has been a long process, and I like to make sure that our public that is listening, and even that's here, this has been a long time for our community, can just kind of keep things as simple as possible with all the concerns. So that is something that we have to be mindful too. Monday through Friday, will there be activities over there? If this is chosen, yes, but I would presume, just as in any other state, big or small, most of the activities at a event center that at least I've been to, whether DPOC or I travel a lot of military, usually the events are on the weekend, so that's a positive of consideration, in my opinion, that we can allow our community to be mindful of. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other comments or questions? And just so, Commissioner Patel?
I just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just feel like, listening to all the comments and questions and points of clarification, it seems like we need to at least analyze and look at having this parking as part of this project. That's my comment.
Commissioners, anything else on the parking side? Vice Chairman, Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized, and we'll go to Commissioner Fairclough, and then we're going to cut questions on this round. Vice Chairman Jones?
I appreciate the comment from Mr. Patel, but Commissioner Patel, I'm not necessarily in agreement with that. If it does get that point, hopefully we will, as the board, take a vote. I don't necessarily feel like that the parking has to be apart from what we all interpret, and that have our own, interpretation and perceptions of things, but I don't feel it necessarily, in my opinion, from the information I've been hearing, I don't feel like it necessarily has to be a part of this particular project. But then again, that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Commissioner Fairclough, final comment on this round?
My final comment is that ever since the front parking lot has been destroyed for the possibility of the new construction, the biggest complaint I have heard around the courthouse has been parking, and that has nothing to do with the event center or anything else. It's just people trying to find a place to park in the myriad of hodgepodge parking that we've cobbled together. So I can't see any improvement down the road unless there is a parking deck. So no matter what we do, if a parking deck is needed, it's probably needed because of the event center, and that's just my own opinion, and so in my little mind, I attach $46 million or $33 million or whatever it turns out to be to the whole event center project. But that's me, and I did that 2 years ago.
Okay.
Commissioners, any other questions on parking? All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to the next item. Thank you, County Manager, for the information, and go ahead and move forward.
If we move forward with the Crown Event Center updated parking timeline, we would start immediately in July 2025. We start construction August/September time 2025, debt issuance, and then open the facility based on updated timeline February 2028. And this information, and part of this is some resolution with some talk with the architect on some matters, but when we look at it in total, you'll see February 2028 is the date of finishing the project if it comes downtown.
Commissioners, questions on the timeline? Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You stated that the timeline will be 2028, correct?
Yes.
Can you please inform the public in our community how much money of taxpayers' money has already been spent on this particular project? And also, in the event if we don't go through with it, will we still owe money? Can you elaborate and let the community, let's just put it out there,
Right now
what's been done so far and what would happen?
Right now, we have encumbered approximately $36 million. We spent actual expenditures to date, roughly $10 million, and we have $36 million totally encumbered and expended.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman, anything else?
No.
Commissioner, anything else on the timeline? Real quick, County Manager, the original, the last timeline put the event center opening on what date? What month and year?
April 2027.
I'm sorry?
April 2027.
Okay, so this puts it behind a little less than a year.
Almost 10 months.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm close to the lights, so I have to.
That's right, we understand. And the next question, and I'll pause. Vice Chairman, go ahead.
So you stated that it will be April 2027?
The previous date was before the pause was April 2027.
So now, the date has been, because of the pause, it'll be when now?
February 2028.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chairman, anything else?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Manager, just to note, you said it's February 2028, but that is contingent upon us reaching a resolution with our architect, correct?
Yes.
So that would be a tentative date, it's not a hard date.
Tentative, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One last question. Okay, Manager Greer, on the debt issuance, we're confident that the August-September timeframe, based on any pre-items we have to do with LGC or anywhere else, we can hit those goals?
We're working through that. That's, right now, that's an estimate. We have Doug Carter on the line. We've been in contact with the LGC. We've been in contact with the rating agencies. I'm not going to say that's optimistic, but September would be the latest because there's a requirement that we have our audit in before we issue debt, and we would be bumping up against that timeline for that, having to have the audit before we could issue the debt. We have a reimbursement provision that we also concerned about that expires 3 years after the original expenditure date. So there's some time, so staff would have to push, if approved to be downtown, we would have to push to get it by September.
And did this change to the debt issuance impact the timeline as far as extending it out 10 months based on construction? We're 3 months off of 3 to 4 months off of when we were going to approve the GMP3 previously.
No, I think in just totality, the LGC schedule, debt schedule, you have to get on this, you have to confirm a date, and there's certain things that you have to have ready, resolutions, bond documents, and things like that we have, the application itself. And with the change in pricing, we have to update that in the debt models and get that before the LGC for them to approve and move forward. So it'd be my goal and the staff's goal to get it early August along with DEC no later than the first part of September and move forward.
And last question is more around programming. So the point at which the OVG has stopped programming in the arena and Crown or in the arena and theater for events that would have, based on the original timeline of February 27, that would have been down here. Are there any, have we lost any programming and from the February or the April 27 to February 28, was there already any programming projected in the new Crown Event Center?
Not yet. We would have started that about a year before we finish up the construction.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions on the timeline? We'll go ahead and move forward to the next topic.
When we look at the debt affordability model, it was created in 2018 by the commissioners and DEC and staff. The primary revenue source for the debt for the Crown Event Center is the food and beverage tax, and it will continue as long as the debt is outstanding. Currently, that debt is scheduled to be paid off in 2027. The model is exclusively for the Crown Event Center and is accounted for in a separate enterprise fund. We have capacity of $40 million, as previously mentioned in a previous meeting. The GMP pricing increase of $7.7 million to $125 million leaves us a capacity, if something was to happen, to increase the price $32.3 million. And not to revisit, but to just state, if we did want to consider the parking deck as part of this project, we would have $32.3 million in order to put the parking deck as part of the Crown Event Center separately from the Government Services Center. And we can maintain, and we would probably come in lower than that. Some of the benefits to that, if that was the case, and we did go down that road, is that any of the debt that's outstanding would be, and the funding for the debt could be paid with the food and beverage tax and accounted for with the occupancy tax also. But let me clarify that we never put that in as part of that model or ever considered it, but just based on the discussions this afternoon regarding parking, that could have been a consideration, but that has never been a consideration when the Crown Event Center was started to bring downtown.
Anything else before we go to questions? County Manager? You ready for questions? Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you please elaborate for, again, our community and listening audience, when you talk about, of course, all of us here are familiar, but many in the community may not be familiar with how the food and beverage tax prepared, how that works, how that's significant in possibility of a model like this. Can you elaborate and break some of that down for the listening audience, please?
Yes, the food and beverage tax is allocated specifically for the Crown Event Center and paying the debt service for that. It's a separate separate tax, approximately $10 million a year, and that goes to fund the debt for the Crown Event Center. Wait a minute, I may have it flipped. Deborah, will you check that? I may have it flipped. It may be 2.1. Got too many numbers running through my head right now.
That's what we get per year.
Yeah, 10, okay.
2.1%.
Yeah, it's 2.1 for the food and beverage, and the occupancy is 10 point. Yeah, 10. I'm sorry. I got two numbers in my mind.
And just a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so is that a reoccurring thing that's pretty much a guaranteed every year, just again, for the understanding of those in our community?
As long as the debt is we have debt in regards to the Crown Event Center, that will be recurring. If we no longer have debt regarding the Crown Event Center, that food and beverage tax will expire and go away, and we will not have any funding for the Crown Event Center.
Commissioner Jones, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Manager, walk this through with me. I know we've talked about a lot of this in the past on this debt service, but if I look at your slide here, you said, okay, the current 144 capacity is within the revenue. If you have an additional 40 million in capacity you can tap into, which equals 184. The current GMP that we have on our desk to approve is the 125. And then you stated earlier that we've already spent the 36. So if I take the 36, add it to the 125, that gets me 161. And then if we do decide that the parking deck is included in this, that brings me up to 207. So I'm trying to understand, you said that if the parking deck was included, that could possibly be able to be funded, but that simple math is telling me it's not. So where would the additional money from the 185 to the 207 come from in that scenario?
The 30 million that we've already spent is part of the 117 and the 144. We have a reimbursement provision when we issue the debt that would reimburse us for the $30 million. But to look at it a different way, we have to finance the $30 million that we've spent so far is a deposit, so to say, on the 117. And so we have to issue the debt in order to reimburse ourselves because we use fund balance in order to start off the project, the 117 construction costs.
Follow-up.
So as a follow-up, and I guess I'm confused then, there was two other amounts that were previously approved by the last board. But the amount tonight included in the AIA is the 125. So if those amounts were previously included, why would they be consideration for this current board if you're saying that what we spent is already included in that 125?
Because we had to pre-fund some expenses of $30 million. And that $30 million, when we issued the debt for 117, a better way of saying it is the total GMP is 117. We've already spent 30 of that 117. We need to take so totally we need to finance in order to repay ourselves back $30 million. So technically we only spent 30, but 30 is part of that 117. It's like, look at it from this standpoint. It's a refundable deposit that we've made and we've used, but we want to fully finance the debt with the 117. And if we don't, we will not be able to repay ourselves the $30 million that we've already allocated as fund balance to start off the project for GMP 1 and GMP 2. But that's a cumulative, the 117 is a cumulative amount that we're going to finance.
So those two amounts were already previously approved, so really the 125 is not the amount that this board is asking to be approved tonight.
Yes, the 125 is what's being approved.
So the two previous request that the previous board approved, that approval was just cursory to our final approval. Is that what you're saying?
No. Well, so I guess to look at it this way, the total project cost would be, this is the easy way to say it, total project cost would be about $152 million. Let's take $30,000 that we've already $30 million that we've already spent. That's GMP 1, GMP 2. And so that's why we're financing the additional amount of money. Now, there's a provision that we need to reimburse ourselves for that $30 million that we've already spent, and that has to be financed through the debt when we issue the debt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Patel, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Manager, for just the board's understanding and for the public's understanding, looking at specifically the F&B tax, personally, I look at that as a local tax. I know we can only allocate it for this, but the majority of this money is spent from our residents at local establishments, and to the tune of almost 3 cents when we look at our ad valorem. And my question would be, if for some reason, because our county is in a unique position that we are one of the few of the 100 counties in North Carolina that are able to have an F&B tax for this purpose, if for some reason that changes by state legislation, where would the money from that point forward come from to pay for this project or pay for ongoing debt services and maintenance? And I've got one additional question for clarification on that. When we're allowed to use the F&B tax for debt service, does that also include by statute for operations as well? Okay.
Yes, and if the food and beverage tax goes away, we would have to be funded out of the general fund. So you're looking at current 1 penny on the tax rate, you're looking at almost a 0.75 cent increase in the tax rate in order to fund that on an ongoing basis.
So basically the taxpayer would have to...
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Adams, you recognized.
I got 2 questions. The first one, because a lot of people may not understand what an enterprise fund is, because this is an enterprise fund, which means it has, if you want to at least explain that, because I think it's because people need to understand that this has to pay for itself, but if you can just kind of walk us through the enterprise fund.
Yeah, enterprise fund is similar to a for-profit business, and all revenues have to equal expenses, and it has to pay for itself. When you issue the debt for revenue, when you issue the debt for an enterprise fund, it's considered a revenue bond or revenue financing, and generally you pay 1/4 to 0.5% more for the debt than when you have an enterprise fund. And so an enterprise fund is like a for-profit business. You have to pay for itself. Revenues have to equal expenses, and we charge fees or have fees or sales in order to generate the revenues for an enterprise fund.
Okay. And so, as we're talking about this $36 million, if we don't fund this project, that $36 million doesn't get reimbursed.
Correct.
It's just a $36 million that we're going to pay out of the general fund.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Jones, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I was going to ask about the enterprise fund, so I appreciate you asking that question. And the second question is so that the community can keep up, because these numbers are running in my head a lot too, so we don't get confused. The $152 million, is that or is that not the price so far? Because I've heard 212 million, 152 million. There's a lot of numbers floating around, and I know that I'm just going to be honest, I'm more of an English girl myself, so I'm sure a lot of the community is hearing a lot of numbers too. So and I appreciate the finance team. You all do, and the finance committee, definitely the finance team and yourself, Mr. Greer, you all do an excellent job of trying to get all this information accurate and straight. I know it's a lot to keep up with. So can we get that number again, Pacific, because there's a lot of numbers being thrown around.
With the GMP, excuse me, I'm sorry. With the GMP 3, the new cost for the Crown Event Center would be approximately $153 million.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Greer.
Commissioners, any other questions on the debt side? A couple questions from Commissioner Adams.
I just have.
Go ahead. You're
I'm
right.
sorry.
You're fine.
So, and you may or may not know this, and finance may or may not know this. In terms of our capacity to do debt and everything, and we haven't done debt in quite some time, do you know what our rating is, our bond rating?
AA1.
AA1, which is kind of really one of the highest ones?
Yes, it's one notch below AAA.
Okay.
It would be, and Doug is on the line, he'll probably get on my case about this. But it's my belief that based on the financial status that we have and the financial position that we have from the county, we should be close to AAA. Or revenue bonds is kind of hard. Revenue financing is kind of hard to get AAA. But any future general obligation debt that we issue, we should be a AAA bond rated agency, county. I'm sorry.
Hats off to all of these commissioners and the boards in terms of being good stewards of the money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to piggyback and elaborate on that, can you let our general public know who does that rating, what that means, and how that is the highest? Just a little bit, because, I want to be mindful, everybody's not into the finance world, and our community would like to know what that means and why, and how you obtain that.
Yeah, there's 3 rating agencies, and whenever we issue debt, that we currently use 2 of the 3. There's Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. We use Moody's and S&P. We've not used Fitch. But every year they give us a bond rating. They review our bond rating. There's some financial information that we have to provide to the bond rating agencies, and they give us they reaffirm our rating. And look at the bond rating as your credit score. That's the easy way to look at your credit score. So if I was saying if AAA is the highest, we probably have a credit score of 800, with 840 being the highest.
Thank you, Mr. Drury. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Manager, yeah, because I've been around here so long. With our CIP and our debt capacity, we've been very conservative with those numbers as we've moved along on this. And this is with, I always said, hopefully, we can put a name on this Crown Event Center, so this doesn't take any kind of private funding or anything of that nature, which may bring that price down.
No. I think the county, through financial planning, is in a real great position from fund balances, both at the general fund level and the capital investment level, along with the Crown level, in which we can sustain any economic downturns, any major events that may happen. I don't really worry about the debt capacity per se, because the pencil is tight. That's all I'll say.
Commissioner Adams, anything else?
No, I know how tight that pencil is, but.
Commissioners, any other comments before I finish my questions? County Manager Greer, a couple things to tail into a couple of the other commissioners' comments. So you spoke that the encumbered amount of 36 million, Commissioner Adams' point, if it wasn't wrapped into the debt model, that we would have to find a way that would be paid out of general fund.
Correct.
Or whatever model or whatever funds you would bring back to us. Is it the 36 million, or let's talk about that, it's $36 million encumbered. What's our, and we've asked one of these lines of questions before, but what is our actual exposure, and what, even in an estimate, I'm sure Rick would have to get involved in some of that, or excuse me, Attorney Moorfield would have to get involved in some of that.
We would have to get another update, but I think right now, just estimate based on actual expenditures and things that have occurred with our procuring of the steel, we're actually somewhere between $34 million in exposure. Now, I will have to update that number, and Rick can opine and provide some additional context, but right now, my rough estimate would be at least $32 to $34 million.
Attorney Moorfield, anything you want to add?
Of the GMPs, the way it's been handled, GMP 1 was the $3 million for site work. That is pretty much all spent. That's part of the money that he's talking about that has been spent. The $29 million, which includes the $3 million, it was really actually a $26 million increase. Some of that money has been spent, and then the encumbered amounts that he's talking about are included in that. It's not in addition to those things. There have been a few things that were spent, the purchase of the Yarborough property, the transformer movement for PwC. Those things were different, but that's included in the total cost of monies that have been spent.
So when we look at the amount of money from the two GMPs, which is really what's been spent or encumbered.
Yes, sir.
That's $29 million based on what was approved by boards. And then you're saying the additional $6 or $7 million of that is other items, and is that included in the overall cost of the project if it's not inside the GMP?
It's in that 100, all of it's into 100 and what was 144, which I guess now is
144, which is now 152.
52.
152.
So my next question is, as this project was being developed from a funding model standpoint, were there any other revenue streams that were identified to be part of this, not as an afterthought, like we're going to name the building or we're going to have sponsors or we're going to, as part of this model, was there any other funding mechanisms that were part of this process and discussed and decided not to move forward and just use F&B and occupancy tax?
Not that I'm aware of, but I would have to go back. Based on my understanding of the project and everything I've read, the food and beverage tax was the source for this project.
And then last question, you mentioned around the food and beverage tax and the General Assembly, as was discussed here. It is by statute, but I also understand, correct me if I'm wrong, that if that statute is repealed either by a local board or if the General Assembly chooses to adjust that statute as they make the laws, that the exposure is any liability that's currently incurred at that time. And I may have to direct that over to Attorney Moorfield, but...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
And any liability that we have outstanding that we have not paid, we will have to pay with general fund money, any debt outstanding, any liability, based on the fact that the project is allocated based on the food and beverage tax.
So the plan on the funding is to take a couple bond issuances? So that means we would incur debt at different times for this project?
No, we
We're
won't.
taking it all at one time?
One time.
Okay, and that debt would be issued, which would protect it under the statute by what date?
Yes.
By what date?
Well, as soon as we issue it, because as long as we're paying debt service on it, and Rick would have to find out for sure, but as long as we're paying debt on it, the meals and the food and beverage tax will continue moving forward.
No, I understand that it continues to move forward.
Okay.
If it's terminated, and there's two ways that the F&B tax can be terminated. One, the General Assembly can take action and change the law, change the statute.
Yeah, I understand.
Or based on the bill that was passed, the Board of Commission can repeal that food and beverage tax.
Correct.
Not that we would do that, I'm just saying those are two ways to do it. My point is, the question I'm getting at is, the date that we issue that debt is when we are protected to ensure that we don't lose that revenue from food and beverage.
Correct.
that date is what, when the debt would be issued?
The last one that I recall is June of 2027.
Yes, June. Oh, you mean the current outstanding debt?
No, sir. I'm sorry. I'm not being clear. So when we issue debt on this Crown Event Center, that debt will be issued when, in other words, I'm trying to get at how we protect
I got you.
that debt issuance so that it doesn't turn into a tax increase for our general fund.
Oh, okay. So it would be as soon as if we go to the LGC and we issue the debt September 2025, it will be protected on that date.
Okay.
Because we would have to close, more than likely, they would make us close by the end of the month. So by September 30th, let's say we issue before Labor Day, we would have to close out by September 30th. So we would be protected as soon as we issue the debt.
And at any time, did we request clarification on that statute or on the session law? Because the session law speaks to a repeal by the Board of Commissioners, not a change of statute by General Assembly. My question is, did we clear to make sure that that debt is still that liability is still protected if the General Assembly takes an act and dissolves the food and beverage tax?
We have, I think, Mary Nash Rusher, the bond counsel, and she would be the appropriate person. That's her expertise.
I'll ask her the question if she's on.
Mary, are you on? Doug could probably answer. How do I get them? So
She was on at the beginning of the meeting.
She was, and she's not moving now.
Doug, we probably need, Doug, can you?
If we can get the answer now, we can.
We didn't get the answer. I do know that she has evaluated that in the past, and we do have that.
You're clear on my question.
Yes, I'm clear on your question.
Okay, it's if the General Assembly removes that law and basically eliminates food and beverage across any county or just ours or whatever, that we are still protected under the session law that was in there.
Mary?
Mary?
Okay.
Can someone help me? Maybe on me.
Now she is on. No, she's not muted.
No, I think
Mr. Manager, can you hear me?
we
I can
can.
hear you, Doug.
Okay, good. I don't know what's happening to Mary Nash.
And Mary, if you can just get us the information and send it in to, if you're able to hear us. If not, we'll go ahead and move forward just for a sense of time. And you can send that to Deborah or excuse me, Ms. Shaw or the county manager.
Yeah, she'll
Or, I'm sorry, or where is,
she'll just send it to Rick
Probably
and
not here.
myself. Yeah.
it would normally go to. Okay. All right. Any other questions, commissioners? We'll go ahead and, Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Commissioner, Chairman Devier. Yes, I would like to know, and again, I thank the finance team for what you do and your expertise. So I would like to know, and I'm sure the general public would like to know as well, is this procedure in regards to, you may or may not know how other communities, of course, we're not the first and only, no doubt, communities are growing all around North Carolina to want to have a center built. So is this pretty much, is it or is it not standard procedure of the way to use food and beverage taxes? Is this uncommon to be utilized when, communities are building and progressing and growing a center? Is this like a standard method, or is this just something that would not be in the norm? I would like to know that in the community. And with that also being said, yourself or someone from the finance team, what is the likelihood, since we do have an A rating and sounds like there's a tight pencil on the finances, you all have done a lot of research, what is the likelihood, I know you can't predict the near future, anything can happen, but we are a progressing, growing community, so what is the real likelihood? Is it more the negative or more on the positive side that we would even have to go into general funding? I mean, I'm just, Just like to put it out there. Is that going to be more likely to happen, yes, or would it more likely no? No, there's no guarantees, I know, but is that more likely to be a negative, that the chances are greater that that would happen? Or do you all feel, from working, in my opinion, with our finances, with the county daily, that the chances are probably less likely that would happen? What's your professional opinion on that? Somebody from finance, please.
I would say, outside of any action by the General Assembly, I don't see that happening. The food and beverage tax is a specialized tax that's in only a few communities throughout the state. We, Mecklenburg, I think Durham, and maybe one other county that I think have it. But I think ours is tied to the debt, and as long as we have a debt, we will not have a problem. And so if we bump up against the 2027 deadline, then we would lose it, and then we would have to fund it with general fund dollars if we don't issue the debt. Or, like I said, unless the General Assembly acted, and I would think that if the General Assembly acted, and I can't predict anything, and I don't have a crystal ball, but they would grandfather in particular projects, and then moving forward, you wouldn't be able to do any new projects, I would think.
Go ahead, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was going to be my next question, that the General Assembly, again, we're not sure which body of governments, which way they're going to go, just as we sometimes aren't sure of that here as well. But with that being said, thank you for answering that. It would probably more likely be a grandfather act, and it sounds like with this, just in my opinion, this prepared food and beverage tax seems to be like it's a positive, not just for our county, but overall through the state of North Carolina. So they may or may not, the General Assembly, because you're right, we never know what they're going to do or not do, but it sounds like it would be more of a negative move, not a positive move for them to do away with that just for the overall state of North Carolina. Again, that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have just a quick question. This may be for Doug Carter. Looking at all of the projects that we have in the pipeline for our county, and if we're looking at a timeline right now, but if we looked at it from a priority sense for safe water, infrastructure, our education system, and just for simple terms, because I know there is a strategic way to raise this money, but looking at maxing out, in essence, our credit card for schools, our credit card for water, our government services building, our parking deck, would that have an effect on our debt capacity if we were to replace this event center project from being first to maybe fourth or fifth in line? And would that have any change to our bond rating? And if so, is there a metric similar to debt service ratios or another indicator that the government or LGC utilizes to?
Go ahead, finish your question.
No, that's my question.
For the debt model, the Crown model stands alone based on the revenues of the food and beverage tax. So as long as we have the food and beverage tax, we can handle the debt service for the Crown Event Center. As far as the other debt that's in the debt model, the LGC has a requirement that all debt, you cannot have debt service or debt service expenditures or debt payments, principal and interest, that equal more than 15% of the general funds budget. So you have a built-in, at the LGC level, a built-in cap in which the debt service can be, or the general obligation or general governmental debt. And so each time that we go issue debt, we have to provide that information to the LGC. We have to provide that calculation, and they will generally, and I'm going to say generally with 97.5% assurance, they will not allow you to issue debt beyond that 15%. So your debt capacity is limited to 15% of your general governmental expenditures.
Anything else, Commissioner? Vice Chairman Jones, and I'll get it. Commissioner Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure, because I don't want to confuse our community. So you are stating, and let's make it really clear, because of course we definitely have significant, important needs such as water infrastructure, definitely education, mental health, and I don't want people to be confused. So I can make sure I'm not confused either. Those fundings would be separate from these fundings because and the one wouldn't overlap the other or take from the other, because I don't want to, a frenzy out here in the community and people thinking that money, there's not going to be any money for those significant, programs and things like that.
Yes,
So one is
because-
not taking over the other. Let's clarify and make it simple, layman's term for our community so that we can make sure that people aren't confused.
Because the Crown Event Center would be a part of an enterprise fund. The debt for it has to be separate from any general obligation bond or general debt for any governmental services like schools, the Government Services Center, let's say even Parks and Recreation, or let's say if we decided to issue debt for like even the Unhoused Support Center. That debt is considered general obligation debt or general debt. And there's a 15, because that debt is funded from the general fund, there's a 15% limit to the debt service that you can pay or the debt you can issue. So let's just say if our general fund budget, $400 million, we'd be limited to 15% of that number. So that debt service would only be limited, interest and principal, to that amount of money that you could issue. Now, you could, as you pay off debt, there are some special provisions, 2/3 bonds, things of that nature. But our debt model is planned in a manner in which when we pay off for like schools, the Governmental Services Center, and those other items, that debt never goes up, but it hits that 15% threshold. And then a lot of those pay-go projects for capital, we're paying with cash that we've already accumulated in our fund balance, which is approximately $125 million. So that's the reason why that gives us capacity as part of our debt, part of the general governmental debt. We're not concerned with the Crown because it stands alone. The only time that the Crown would become a concern is if that milk, food, and beverage tax goes away. Then we have a concern because then the general fund will have to fund the debt service for the Crown Event Center.
Thank you for clearing that up for myself and definitely for the community. We want to make sure everyone's not confused. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Fairclough, you're recognized.
We're kind of loose in how we throw around definitions sometimes here, but there are legal definitions for these things. I will point out that, general obligation bonds means that your taxing power is the credit source, and all these other ones are from other revenues type sources. But anyway, that's just one. But we talk about our debt capacity. There is a legal definition for it. I can't quote it. I know it has something to do with our ad valorem tax value and things of that nature. But I believe there is that definition is always given. The legal debt capacity is always in our financial statement.
Yes, in the statistical section, page.
Yeah.
Never mind. But it's in the statistical section. It is based on the taxing authority, but I will say that when we go to the LGC, they gonna say, what's our general fund budget, where we gonna pay for the general, where we gonna pay the debt service from, and we gonna limit you to that 15% of your general fund budget, regardless of what the taxing authority is. But I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
I was going to give you the anecdotal or the other unofficial debt capacity, and that's more than you can pay back.
That's right.
That's what your real debt capacity
That's right.
is, more than you can pay back.
Mr. Fairclough, anything else?
No.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to piggyback on what Commissioner Patel said, because I understand what you're saying about the enterprise fund and it being a separate model, but assuming the tax went away, and now answer Commissioner Patel's question in that lens. And his question is, and I think the point he was getting at is that if we put this first before education, water, all those things, assuming that were to go away, we wouldn't have the option not to deal with that.
Correct.
So we would have to either issue bonds or raise taxes. That's the only two options we have, or pay out of the general fund.
We could, yes, But I would say we have enough fund balance in some respects as capital, and the board would have to approve some adjustments to some of the cash that we have on hand to deal with that if we needed to. Staff would bring back a plan if that was the case, in which we would be able to handle the debt service moving forward, i.e. Looking at projects, expenditures, and/or modifying the capacity or the scope of a project. The scope of the project or the project may be deferred. But again, as I said, we would lose if we do not make this first and go ahead and deal with it, we would have to fund it at the end of 2027 with general fund money.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Adams.
Just a quick, but in our CIP budget, as debt was paid off, we moved it over, and we just did this into that fund. So there's actually money in that CIP to be able to deal with, and I think that's what Doug was. He's been here a number of times. But in that CIP budget to be able to do that, we line item Crown Event Center, E. Smith. We did the government services. So those were all in that debt services model that comes off as we do that. So even without the food and beverage, out of that debt service, out of that CIP, that could be handled.
Yeah, and let me say one thing also. I don't know what the future will hold, but let's just say that interest rates were to drop. One of the things that I would work with DEC and staff would work with DEC would be to try to refund or refinance any debt that we possibly could to a lower interest rate. So those are things that staff is always evaluating on an annual basis. You know, we don't have a lot of debt right now, but let's say as we move forward, if we move forward with these projects, depending on the size and scope of them, if there's an opportunity to refund debt, refinance debt, and lower our interest and our debt service costs, I'll tell you the staff is going to be the first one to bring that forward and try to get that done. Because again, and if there's an opportunity to pay off debt earlier to decrease the debt service, we'll do that too. If we have an item, let's say we have debt outstanding for general, and excuse me, I'm just talking general, Commissioner Fairclough. I'm gonna just say some general debt for for governmental debt. Let's say it that way. Basically off a general fund. Let's say if it's $500,000 and we come back at the end of the fiscal year, we have $500,000 on that debt and we have excess fund balance, it's probably going to be the recommendation of staff, hey, let's go ahead and early extinguish that debt, because that debt principal, that debt that we pay, we won't have to pay moving forward, and we can allocate those dollars to actual programmatic things instead of paying debt service on it.
I don't know if I was next.
You want to follow up?
Yeah, I just want, so I guess is that, I guess the last thing we built was the jail. With that debt, we hadn't built anything, and that was back in, I don't know what year that was back when Commissioner Keith was on here, so I don't know. That was back when you were here. But we've refinanced because of the, I guess the top of the crown or the roof of the crown, is that correct? Mm-hmm. So we really haven't financed anything. We've refinanced, but we really hadn't financed anything, because I think that when I got on here, about that time, they were getting ready to finish up the expansion on the jail, I think is. So, yeah, so we really hadn't financed anything new in this county since then.
No, and I think, and I'll just say, and the debt model is going to always evolve because prices change. But we have a conservative 5% interest rate built into that for all the projects. I would think, based on our bond rating, it would probably come in significantly lower. But again, anything that we move forward with, we would bring forward to the board, and we would make sure that the appropriate size and scope, so we could stay in budget within debt service and don't go over capacity.
Commissioners, anything else on the funding model? Okay, County Manager Greer, we've been going for about an hour and a half, and you've been standing up.
No, I'm
Taking
fine.
most of it.
I'm fine.
We want to make sure if we need to take a short recess, we can. In anticipation that this next part, based on the series of questions I saw come in an email, that it may be a long conversation. So I just want to check in with commissioners and you, because you've been standing up there for an hour and a half, and be respectful.
No, I'm good.
Can we get about 5? I'll get
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I got it.
We'll go ahead
I
and
mean,
we'll take a 5-minute recess. Please be back at 6:40. We'll come out of recess, and I'll make a point, next time we go to recess, I'll give us 15 minutes, because it seems like we need more time than 5. And it was obvious we needed a recess.
Refreshments would be nice.
See, Glenn had
We're-
5,
we're-
I had 5, Patel had 5, that's it.
Commissioner, now I'm doing what Commissioner Adams did. County Manager Greer, if you're ready to move forward, we'll move forward to the next presentation. Unless anybody has any comments before we move forward.
And most of this information on the next slide, Chairman, we've already discussed about the current approximately $36 million has been encumbered and expended. Reimbursement of the expended amounts to occur when debt is issued. The amount will be reduced by the amounts suspended. LGC has previously scheduled dates to sell the debt or issue the debt currently removed from their calendar need to be added when date specified when project is defined. And the credit rating agencies, as I previously stated, have been informed of the scope of the project since late 2024, and they'll wait for our project to provide us a rating before we issue the debt. So we've discussed all that. The very next slide is part of the overall evaluation. Back on April 7, 2025, we received an estimate of what it would cost to renovate and modernize the Crown Theater from Davis Kane Architects. And it was based on 2 seating arrangements, one 2,400 and one 3,000. The total cost of construction, this doesn't include design, or renovation of 2,400 seats being approximately $24.7 million, modernization and renovation of 2,400 seats being approximately $61 million, modernization and renovation of 3,000 seats, approximately $92 million, and a new facility with 3,000 seats being $120 million, and a comparable design of 3,000 seats with the Crown Event Center design is projected downtown will be approximately $118.4 million. And I'll take any questions you have. We also have Rob Stevenson, representing architect with Davis Kane Architects, to answer any additional questions about this slide.
County Manager, I think it would be good if we go ahead and cover the theater and the arena, so that we're asking the architect all,
Okay.
because they're grouped together. Thank you.
So when we also asked for evaluation, I handed this out on Monday, evaluation of the Crown Arena and the cost estimate for that. And you'll see on the Crown Theater, as a previous slide stated, you see the cost of construction, and that's just for the seating arrangements for the Crown Theater at the different dollar amounts. But the projected cost for the Crown Arena, and it stays constant throughout, is approximately $72 million. The total theater and arena cost based on information provided would be $96.5 million for the renovation and modernization of the theater, along with the Crown project construction costs would be approximately $133 million. The modernization and renovation of that 3,000 seats for the Crown Theater and the Crown Arena being separate, $163 million, and that's with 3,000 seats at the Crown Theater, a new facility with 3,000 seats at the Crown Theater, and along with construction of a new, or the Crown Arena, being $192.2 million, and a comparable design of both the Crown Theater and the Crown Arena, upon total $190 million based on information provided by, Davis Kane Architects. And I'll take any questions. And like I said, Rob Stevenson is here with Davis Kane to take any questions you may have.
So, Mr. Manager, before we start the questions here, I know there was a series of questions that were sent in, and the architect, in the response I saw, said they would address those here. So I think it would be, without objection from the board, I'd like to go ahead and have those questions answered before we begin the questions from the commissioners. Hearing no objections, I will ask David Kane Architects to come forward and speak to those, or however, Mr. Manager, however you want to do it.
Yeah, I'll turn it over to Rob Stevenson. Rob, could you go through the questions that I emailed you? Just answer those questions.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us here. So I will, unless there's an objection, I will read the question first, and then I'll give you my response. That's okay?
Yes, that's okay.
And as far as I know, these questions, all of the questions except for the last question, are in regards to the Crown Arena assessment, and then the last question was in regards to the parking assessment. So going through the arena assessment questions first, in the executive summary, the summary compares and contrasts the existing facilities, provides pros and cons for each. The summary fails to recognize that with modernization, you would have the benefit of 2 venues to allow for simultaneous events to take place. That is a true statement. We did not address the logistics of having the 2 separate facilities. The stage and the theater would also contain a fly wing with fly bars to allow for more theatrical shows. The new proposed facility does not contain this amenity. These are not noted in the summary. My response is, in the last sentence of the first paragraph, we do note that the new multipurpose facility has a platform and not a working stage, which does, in a short phrase, address that comment. The platform, while it does have some similarities to a stage, is not a working stage. That was the distinguishing comment I made. So, are there any follow-up questions, or should we just go through these and come back to them?
What I'd like to do, Mr. Stevenson, is make sure that we address all the questions that were sent in previously, because they may answer some questions as we start through the commissioners' questions. So I want to make sure we've answered all the pre-submitted questions from the commissioners before we turn it over to the commissioners.
Very good, thank you. Okay, item 2, in the building description, the summary fails to recognize the 2010 modernization that included full PM&E work, life safety work, ADA upgrades to the center restrooms, or chiller upgrades. That is mostly true. We were not aware of the PME and central plant upgrades. Our observations were based on, our visual walkthrough of the building, including in the basement area and the chiller yard. So there may be some savings to be had based on the life of the systems put in place in 2010. 2010 may represent a lifespan of approximately half of some of that equipment, or more so. So there might be a value, life cycle value to be considered in this number. The work appears to be a value of $37 million based on bond issuance. We confirm by staff. Was this considered in the condition assessment? If so, why wasn't these investments noted? Again, we weren't aware that there was the renovation project. We did look through drawings, which were limited, and a further, more in-depth assessment would possibly realize some savings if some of these improvements have not served their useful life. Item 3, the summary of interior and exterior conditions failed to address balancing load capacity relating to the difference between the arena and new event center, 3,000 seats versus 4,400 seats. That is a true statement. Our understanding of this assessment was to not change the fundamental programming of the arena, but to determine the renovation costs. To elaborate on that a little bit, it would have been difficult to surmise how we could reprogram the existing facility to make it comparable to the new multipurpose event center, because we have an adjacent theater. So we'd be comparing two individual buildings or two individual function spaces to one new space. That could have been a very in-depth study, which we did not believe we were asked at this time to do. Next, would changing this have an impact on fixture requirements, which report said is needed for capacity? The answer is yes. If the arena were reconfigured so that the maximum usable occupant load were reduced by 30%, then certainly we could reduce the number of toilet facilities and perhaps egress requirements. The caveat to that is I don't know what the reduction in capacity might be. You have a large open floor space that is a multi-purpose use, and calculating occupancy loads is often based on the square footage, not just the seat count. So that would take a little more examination to determine if actual reductions were available. Item 4, there was no comparison for a lump sum total relating to both projects being simultaneous, i.e. shared cost or synergy. If the assertion is that it takes two buildings to accomplish the one downtown, why hasn't this comparison been completed? I'm not sure I understand all of this question. I would say we were not asked to evaluate any efficiencies as to whether the constructions were occurring at the same time. And I would say that the available savings would be negligible, given that we were basing the costs on square foot cost and square foot cost data. So, are there some efficiencies to be had? Perhaps. And I would back up a little bit and say, I would say the greatest efficiency savings you might have would be in the central plant facilities, because they are shared central plant system. So that would take a fair amount of evaluation. Number 5, cost estimation. The 8,163 square feet storage area has a budget of $1.2 billion in repairs. What exactly would be included in this budget to update a storage area? I can't really say specifically what would be included. We applied a square foot renovation cost to the storage area, the square foot cost being a lower number than other program type spaces. The general approach is you don't want to exclude any area from your cost estimate. So we included the storage area at a lower unit cost for renovation. It just so happens that it's a very big storage area, and the cost ended up being $1.2 billion. Item 6, cost estimation. The report includes adding 4 elevators to the building. And it states, according to Chapter 11, the requirement for ADA access would only pertain on a second story to an occupant load of 300 or more. If less than 300 and the same service is provided on the main level, the accommodation may be made at ground level. That is all true. Why are we adding elevators to second story restrooms where only the restroom is located on the second story and not looking to expand existing first floor restrooms? We did look at this, and given if if we build the number of toilet facilities needed to meet the current code, we believe that adding on to the building would be more expensive than adding the elevators. That's why we chose elevators. Now, that evaluation would go back to whether or not the overall occupant load could be reduce the number of toilet facilities, and therefore maybe not have to add square footage to your building. So that's a pretty, like I said, not infeasible, but it takes a greater degree of in-depth analysis to make that determination. Item 7, cost estimation. The parking lot proposed work, again, is directly contradicted by code. I disagree with that. The code states that accessible parking spaces shall be located on the shortest accessible route of travel from adjacent parking, meaning ADA access closest to the building. That is true. And section 1106.6 speaks to this. Additionally, the code will only require an ADA interconnection between building if ADA vehicular parking was not present. We looked into this, and at first glance, that seems true. However, the accessibility code does have a provision for buildings on the same site to have interconnectivity. Now, that seems to be a stretch on this campus, given the distance between the buildings, but that is what we believe the code, the ADA code says, and we did look into this. I'll read the remainder of the comments. At each facility, the ADA is already accommodated by having lots of spaces at each facility. That is true. If that's the case, please explain the need for interconnectivity. If the architect can explain these, please indicate why they would consider this as a building upfit cost as opposed to a site capital investment, since it affects both the Coliseum and the Exposition Center as well. Also, no attributable value was placed on this in the theater before. Conversely, if this is a requirement, please show where the 1,100 square space deck, parking deck would also meet the requirement for the downtown facility in connectivity between courthouse, law, and parking center, and the proposed rear parking deck. That's a mouthful. I will say we, in part, wanted to address the interconnectivity on the site because of the express concerns about ADA access in this community. We listed these improvements as an additional cost, not as a base building cost. So we very specifically identified these as a line item that could be addressed individually and negotiated. There's a couple of parts to this. One part we would deem to be part of the building renovation, and that is the portion of the improvement at the very front of the site next to the entry canopy, and that is a very small portion of the overall cost. The remainder of the costs are to provide the interconnectivity on the remainder of the campus. As far as addressing the parking deck downtown, I think we covered most of that earlier. We could discuss that more if needed. Item 8, cost estimation. Canopy repairs, category you are budgeting $1,150,000 for these items, but also add $475,000 for other site upgrades to the canopy area. The current canopy is steel structure, so please elaborate on what will cost $1.15 million. It's a large canopy. It's had a fair amount of corrosion. I would back up to the very beginning and say that we believe we were instructed to determine the cost for renovating this facility and make it a comparable facility to what is being proposed downtown. So, to me, to us, that meant not only are we strictly repairing or making functional again the things that are in need of repair, but we were bringing this up to a visual and aesthetic appeal on a similar level to what is being constructed downtown. That, to us, means you have a better entry. You dress up the entry, you make it more inviting and more welcoming. So those are the kind of decisions we included in these cost estimates. Are they mandatory? No. Will they make the facility more comparable to what is being proposed downtown? Yes. Item 10. The report in several instances talks about replacement of various systems, but no comment was given as to the condition of said systems, bleachers, stage, etc. Please support your findings that these systems are non-functional and why the recommendation is to change said systems and include the age of said systems in justification for their replacement. We certainly could go into that level of detail. I did not believe it was necessary at this point. We made a fairly thorough visual observation of the systems, and based on our experience and the visual conditions of these systems, we felt comfortable stating that the replacement was necessary, or at least major upgrades. I would add the bleachers might be one of the systems that could be refurbished or remain in place. They did appear to be functional largely, that there was some damage and missing parts and so forth. So it's kind of hard to say without a real more in-depth look into these things. But based on our visual observation, in the time frame we had, our cost estimate reflects replacement. And then the last item is the parking, a separate comment. We can address that now or later, at your choice.
Mr. Stevens, did you cover number 9, contingency fee?
I did not, my apologies. Contingency fee. The report shows a contingency fee of $6.4 million, but also includes additional costs totaling $8.2 million, which on a cost per square foot is attributably higher than allocations on the theater proposal of 92,000 square feet, where the arena is 34,000 square feet. Please explain the difference of these costs, and 2, why they are almost 4 times higher. I would add the additional costs are probably mislabeled. They should be overhead or owner's costs or soft costs. Moving furniture, equipment, things that are not routinely part of a construction budget. So that cost varies from project type to project type. That could be as high as 30% for some buildings. I don't remember off the top of my head what we had for the theater. I think the theater, we may have identified some items more specifically in line item costs versus additional or soft costs. I'd be happy to look into that in more detail.
Okay, so, Mr. Stevens, I think you've covered all of the preliminary questions that were sent in advance of our meeting tonight. So at this time, I'm going to open it up to the board, and if you can, I just want to be respectful of times. We'll make a couple rounds. I know you may have some questions sparked by others, so we'll begin at this time. Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, let me say thank you to you and your staff. And in my opinion, yes, you did understand the assignment, at least to that of what I was requesting in regards to wanting as much comparable as possible. I know that I am one that asked about the interconnection of the 2 buildings. I did have a serious concern, just to let the public know that as well, about ADA. It's no secret for maybe those that are new in our community, but the county did get sued due to ADA concerns, and those concerns, to be quite frank, with the building being where it is still now, still have not been addressed. So my first question would be, I don't know if you were aware of that or not, but we do have some ADA serious issues, non-compliant. And so the county was sued. Now, we do have, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to quote it too much. I know it's sometime in the fall, October or November, that supposedly we have up to, until that time to make and rectify and make that building be ADA compliant, of which has not been done yet. So with that being said, in these figures that are being provided, was that taken into accountability as far as the re-renovations of state-of-the-art ADA compliant? And yes, I was also one that did request that, because I feel like I did go to a ribbon cutting. And again, as I tell people, these seats belong to the community. So if I'm going to go and be at a ribbon cutting and my community gets excited and this is what they're told that's going to be downtown, and a competent board makes that decision, then yes, if it may or may not be changed, I personally, which I feel the rest of the board has a responsibility that, again, if it gets changed or not, what we tell the community we're going to give them, that is what I expect for us to give them. So with that being said, I do appreciate that you all, when we said comparable, meaning yes, even that, outside, inside, state-of-the-art, that is what my expectation is, because I'm not going to mislead the community. I'm not going to go to a ribbon cutting and present something and then later, and also, I know people, I'm kind of venting a little here, wondering where I'm going with this. Where I'm going at with this is that this same very Crown Theater that was built back in 1947 or 1967, don't quote me on it, was one of the choicest decisions that was considered when the old board made the decision based on studies, based on all the information that was gathered, and even based on surveys from what our community wanted. It was one of three areas. This consideration, that's why I wanted to make sure that when you all did this study, since it's been done not a first time, a second time, although it was eliminated from the first go-round from the other board because it didn't make the cut, and so now we're revisiting it again. That is why, yes, I wanted to be clear that I want to know what was comparable, because that of what did make the cut, which was the downtown center, I'm expecting for my community. I can't speak for anyone else. I'm not going to tell my community, these seats belong to them, not me, that yay, this is what you're going to get based on surveys and all this, and then perhaps later, something that was not voted for, say, well, you know, we're going to give you this instead, even though that's not what you voted for, and by the way, we're just going to cut out some things. No, for me, that's not acceptable. So in the event if it does get voted for it to be out there, it needs to be. I don't care if it's located downtown or there. What I tell my community I take serious that they're going to get, they deserve, then that's what I expect them to get. With that being said, that's why I need to know, are these numbers, and that's why I was saying, yeah, all of it, not skimming off the top and, well, let's just leave things out. I wanted to be as most close comparable to what the community of Cumberland County deserves and what they were told they were going to get. So thank you, you understood the assignment, and I want to make clear, is this the numbers based on that's what you did in this assignment?
I believe so.
Thank you so much. And you included the ADA, yes. I know it might not be of concern, like I said to people, the interconnective, because I know that costs, you know, more and all that, but at the end of the day, when you're getting sued and we have a veteran community and you have ADA individuals that deserve the same right as everybody else to have the same comfortability of those that have walking abilities, yes, I want that to be provided.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman.
You're welcome.
Any further comments? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, given the fact that we were given this report less than 48 hours ago, I would appreciate if the chair would allow some latitude in my line of questioning based on my review.
Commissioner Tyson, I'll give you some latitude in time, but I want to be respectful of others to get a first round of questions in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you bringing this assessment back. Just to give everybody a little bit of context and review, a lot of people know I'm a commercial real estate broker by trade, but what a lot of people don't know is my firm specializes in adaptive reuse projects. Right now, we're doing 2 adaptive reuse projects, over 100,000 square feet in the area, and so this is not something uncommon for me to see in terms of construction numbers and details like this. Honestly, looking at your assessment and review, I found it very lacking in numbers, to be honest with you. And I believe that I should be, if I'm going to make that accusation to your firm, that I should be able to back that up. So there's a couple of things, and you hit on it, where, you did some modeling, there wasn't really a deep dive into condition assessment, you kind of did a plug number on budget items, and I just wanted to walk through some of those budget items to point out where I see the flaws in your analysis. The first one was with the storage, and that was my question. And I actually, Commissioner Patel and I actually had the occasion to go walk the facility yesterday. We spent a good portion of the day there yesterday because we actually wanted to see what we were talking about. So just for the public's clarification, I took a picture. This is the storage area that we were just talking about. In the proposal, the architect is proposing that we spend $1.2 million in this storage area. And when I asked him, well, where are you going to spend $1.2 million to store staging and old gym courts and all that? He said, well, it's just kind of a plug number, and it just happens to be a big storage area. Okay, so maybe that one was just a little bit off, and maybe it's kind of a misnomer, and there's not some other deficiencies to be able to be found. But that's not the case. This is a typical stage plot that you would do. Yeah, the Crown actually sends this out when they do their pre-programming on their shows. This shows and depicts the arena, and what you'll see is you'll see the bleacher seating on three sides, and you'll see the seating in the center, and then you'll see the stage area here that they deploy in the middle. Now, what this board knows, and what Mr. Architect doesn't, is that as we're going through the budget process right now, page 80 of the manager's proposed budget has Coliseum portable stage replacement. This is the stage replacement cost that the board is currently considering for the Coliseum. That budgeted amount is $150,000. Would anybody like to venture a guess what the plug number was in the study? Well, I'll tell you what it was. $3,367,000 to do a stage. I even further went out and I said, and I used to be in the production business, so I even further reached out to some vendors and said, what would it cost to put this size stage in this facility? And they sent me back this quote right here. I'll read to you the number here, $140,819. So, Mr. Architect, when I look through your study, and again, I appreciate it, but I see several deficiencies where you're right, there wasn't the level of detail that really needed to be done to really accurately represent what these costs were. In fact, even the manager's number up here, where he just takes the Crown Theater and Crown Arena cost, you even noted in your report that there actually would be synergies between design fees, contingency fees. In this assessment, it gives none of that synergy. So, just as a comparison, and I think I said this and you read it, 34,000 square feet, 15% contingency, $6.4 million. When you go back to the theater assessment, it's a fourth the cost on the 92,000 expansion. I mean, I'm not really that great at math, but that tells me that almost looks like to me somebody's putting a finger on the scale, not giving an accurate representation of those contingency costs. We transfer that over again to the additional cost, and I would argue that the scope that you propose for the arena is actually a lot smaller scope than the scope you reviewed for the theater. So, as I review this, $601,000 for catwalks, I can just go through this list. I find it somewhat lacking and wanting, even in your proposed floor plan, and I brought this up, where you have people riding elevators to bathrooms. Well, there's 6 concession stands in the building. And when you go out there and you ask the staff, how many concession stands y'all use for an event? We use 1. Well, there's 2 of them in the lobby. So taking that concession space and converting it to restroom space, to me, would be a no-brainer, rather than saying we're going to install 4 new elevators in the building just so we can go to restrooms. That just doesn't make sense to me. So maybe you set off to accomplish the assignment, But it appears to me what you did is figure out how to make this renovation cost the most expensive it could be.
Commissioner Tyson?
So my question is, was that the case? Did you go out to set out the renovation costs, or did you look at any synergies and look at any way that this project could be done without just, we're just going to plug a number in here, and that's our plug number?
Well, I could start by saying, as we stated with the theater project, we have no agenda here other than to provide you with what we believe is good information. The outcome that you folks decide on has no bearing on me, and it has no bearing when we were making these decisions. So, first of all, there has been no intent to guide the cost or the program one way or the other. This was a very high-level assessment. Could there be other ways in which to satisfy the code and the program? Certainly. We did not have the direction or the time to go into great detail. Secondly, the square foot costs we used were given to us by a professional cost estimating firm that we then applied to the square foot of the building for the various areas. We did not derive these costs. Beyond that, the cost they gave us, or rather the firm that gave us these costs, was the same firm we engaged for the theater. Now, I did not challenge them on their costs. I could, and we can, but we did not concoct these numbers in order to create a certain result. So I take no umbrage on your comments. They're perfectly fine, logical comments. I would say, and I don't disagree with your professional experience, this does seem like a high number, and I have no doubt there are economies that could be had. I would answer you that it takes more time and investigation to drill down to get better numbers. I would also add, in a scenario like this, when it is early in the game, you don't have all the data you need, someone like myself would err on the side of caution. I'd rather tell you a high number today than a low number that you have to swallow at a later date.
Commissioner Tyson, any final question or comment before I move to?
My only comment is, Chairman, they had 30 days, me and Commissioner Patel had 48 hours, and we uncovered this in 48 hours. And I'll yield the floor back.
Continue on round one. Commissioner Adams, did you have something? I thought I saw your hand.
No, she was going.
I'm trying to get through the first round. Commissioner Patel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to let the whole team at Davis Kane know we appreciate your time in putting this together, and kind of following Commissioner Tyson here with breaking down the cost and looking at it in contrast to the board's ask for apples to apples. So whatever we build, regardless of the site that it is located on, we'd want to have the same assets. So I kind of looked at a few large line items that both TA Loving and the Metcom partnership has for the downtown project, along with the estimate for the arena. And a few items did jump out at me in regards to the dressing rooms, and I don't want to go down through the whole list, but I'm just going to highlight a few if you can kind of help me explain it. And my point is, I want to ask, if there is a potential for reduced pricing here. And I understand that you use Palacio, but looking at this, we've got, potentially 5 dressing rooms for a renovation cost of almost $77,000 a piece. which is a little high. Again, the storage cost, the equipment that's stored down there, I think we had significant concerns of deferred needs. We probably wouldn't be placing that much equipment. Looking at the first floor for the a little over 1,200 square feet in women's bathrooms and a little less than 1,000 square feet in men's bathrooms, we're looking at a little over $1 million in the cost there. And I know from you didn't have the information on the PM&E work that had been completed in 2010. So if we took that $5 million out of the budget, we could potentially look to save a significant sum. Given that, do you think there's a decent percentage that you could point to on the arena's cost that maybe, and I understand that that you went on the safe side of things, but that we could look at that might be a little bit more accurate? And the reason I do say that is because I do know that we have a higher contingency, and on a repurposed project like this, I understand the uncertainties as we take the building apart in essence and put it back together. So there might be some unknowns, but I assume the contingency fees would take care of those. Can you give us some insight on that?
It's hard to give insight without having a conversation with Placio. What premiums they may have put on their numbers, I don't know. I don't know what basis they use for their numbers, what market they use for their numbers. So, as far as what we could do on our end would be examining the program. And like Mr. Tyson said, can all the toilet rooms go on the first floor, given some other programmatic changes? Possibly. So, those are the kinds of things I can address. But the actual square foot cost, it would take more time and conversations. So I don't know if I answered your question. I would off the cuff say yes. There are some economies I'm sure to be had. I don't know how much those are or where they are.
Well, I'll give you just one quick example. Our bleachers are showing at 4.2, and I know the numbers of bleachers are different, and the stage is at 3.3 million. The TA Loving for the new building would be about 1.1 for the bleachers and 350 for the portable stage. So I understand that you'd have to figure out where those variables are coming from for per square foot cost, but it just seems like there's a big discrepancy on what we currently actually have in hand versus what we're showing. So I guess, if we are able to bring it down, would it be more in line with what we're seeing?
Possibly. Again, I would have to figure out what is in the stage cost. If it's a platform, prefabricated platform, I would suggest the cost of that, the unit cost of that would be much less than a built-in-place stage construction. So. Again, I'm sure there are some economies, and we haven't had apples to apples comparison, so I can't say where the real discrepancies lie in unit costs. But I think the short answer is, if you want to seek and find more specific examples of where the cost savings could be, we could do that.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Faircloth, you're recognized for round one.
Thank you. I want to come to the defense of the architects just a minute. Guys, we very grateful for the job that you did for us. We gave you an impossible timeline to bring us some high-level information about the theater, and it was most helpful when we were talking about pausing and the things that we were talking about at the time, and you all came through for us, and we were all very impressed with the information that you brought us. Each person, I know, complimented you on a fine job on a short notice, and that's what we got, and that's what we expected. And I really did not expect any modernization or renovation of the arena. As a matter of fact, I sort of turned down an invitation to accompany my younger colleagues. Perhaps now I wish I had been able to take the time. I was not able to. But I personally, as one commissioner, did not even want to talk about the arena. I remember when I talked about it in 1995 and 1996, it was a tear-down project. And then when I talked to it about it in terms of the new Crown Event Center, it was a tear-down project again. Not the theater necessarily, but the arena. And so to me, it's not really the purpose of this meeting, but since we got the information, we're talking about it. But I just wanted to say that the information that you gave us in a short period of time, and in 30 days even for this arena information is a short period of time. So I appreciate the job you've done, and it's very helpful information. And if we do decide to talk about the arena later, it'll be a good point of departure, and I thank you for it.
Thank you.
Vice Chairwoman Jones,
Yes, sir.
and I'll go to.
Yes, that's fine.
You can go ahead.
Don't matter to me. I just need to ask a couple of questions, because I looked at the one for the arena, and we were talking about the one downtown and the one out there. Didn't have a kitchen in any of this, did it?
That's correct.
Didn't have a speakeasy in any of that, did it?
No, sir.
And it didn't have a rooftop in any of those numbers, did it?
What? I'm sorry?
A rooftop?
No, sir.
Okay. And so it's a little bit different comparison from what we got at the Crown Event Center downtown. Taking you to the parking, and I know you talked about code, but I guess I'd go to the attorney, Mr. Chairman, because in the consent agreement, it was even more than what the code required. Am I kind of correct on that in terms of what was between the two buildings and the ADA?
It was addressing interconnectivity among all buildings.
Right, but more than the code. Yeah, I think you might want to use your microphone, is what she's telling you.
Yes.
So the code, even though he's talking about the code is minimal, but the consent agreement requires a little bit more.
Yeah. And I've talked to Mr. Stevenson about that issue, because the way the code really reads is whatever you provide for everyone, anyone, you've got to provide for everyone, and that's the issue, what we're actually doing out there in terms of what how the code reads.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chairman Jones, round two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me just start by saying that I believe that everybody on this board is very professional. I know we're very passionate about that, and about what's taking place here for our community. But I also would like to say, I thank you for your professionalism, Davis and Kane, because as you stated earlier, I have no reason to believe that any of these numbers have been changed or flipped, nor will I insult you and your company by saying so. You all have done an excellent job. You continue to do so. I definitely commend you on your professionalism, because it could have sounded, I don't think that was Commissioner Tyson's intent, but sometimes when we get passionate, it could have sounded somewhat of not exactly very, I guess I could say in the best amount to say. You said it well earlier. You or no one in your company have any, I just want the community to understand that. any reason to flip or change numbers. And I also think that we need to be mindful that when it comes to building, we appreciate those that are on our committee that have, experience in building. But as we all know, just as in regular shopping, at the end of the day, I might want a Chanel $10,000 dress. Someone else might want a $100 dress. So with that being said, those that you work with, where you have these numbers from, we know that people have the right and opportunity. They might be using different builders, but I want the community to be very clear on that we do appreciate and respect the work that you do. You've been around for years, because I want to make sure that that is understood, and those that you partner with, because there are several different builders, several different suppliers, and again, just as I stated, to simplify for people, a $10,000 wedding dress or $100, it just depends on who's doing what and the quality of the work. So we thank you, and thank you for your patience, for understanding, because we certainly don't want to insult your qualified company.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, any other questions for the architect? Okay, Manager Greer, anything to add on to this item?
No additional items from staff regarding this item.
Okay. Thank you, County Manager Greer. I think that covers the presentations on the requested items. So just to recap, we looked at the updated GMP3 pricing. We looked at the parking assessment that was completed by Davis Kane. We looked at the updated project timeline. We've discussed the funding model. And lastly, we've looked at the renovation, the cost for the renovation for the theater and the arena at the existing Crown, just to capture everything. What I'd like to do is see if there's any additional questions or comments from the board, and I will we'll look at one round of comments or questions. Is there any other questions we need to ask our staff or the individuals, the project team that is present, along with the architects, and I think Doug may have left, but the finance team as well? Vice Chairwoman Jones, you're recognized.
I did want a question that I think is important as well. In the event, we don't know which way this is going to go, but say if there was a renovation at the old center, then what would happen in regards to, for our community, as far as how long would this reservation, if we had to do a re-renovation, what happens then? Where would we have entertainment to come for our community? I guess that's my question. And how would that impact our community? Because I know we're talking about sales and beverage taxes, forgive me, but I do know that sometimes you can be taking off, I don't know the official name, off the radar, I guess, of the entertainment to come through your town if you don't get so many shows, or help me better, I guess, explain that. I know what's in my head, it's been a long day. What is it called? Yeah, show continuity for our community. What would happen if we didn't have a place? Because of course, no doubt, we have a place now, we went with downtown, but if we had to do renovations, how long would this take? And if it's shut down, what happens for that? Where does that leave our community? Is what I need to know, and I'm sure our community.
I'll have to turn that one over to OVG. Seth, can you give a little?
For us, we have something that we call continuity of booking, which is, we work over the years and decades to build relationships.
I'm sorry, can you go to the mic so people can hear, only because we have it also being streamlined. Thank you so much.
And we can just say who you are and where you're from so people have a reference. Thank you.
Of course, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Seth Banault, I'm with Oakview Group. We manage the Crown Complex on behalf of Cumberland County. So as I was saying, we have something that we call continuity of booking in our business, and that's based on relationships that we build with agents and promoters and artists throughout the years. The concern, if you don't have a facility to host specific types of events, is that those events still have to happen. They'll want to happen within the region. They will find other venues or locations to be at while you're under construction and or renovation. And then the question becomes, can you get them back at that point? And that's an unknown, and sometimes it works and they come back, and sometimes they don't because they like the new location better, or the routing, which is going from one city or state or venue to another, works out better for them, and they don't want to route through your area anymore. So that's always the biggest concern when you don't have a venue for a period of time.
And one follow-up question.
Go ahead.
So how long did we say that maybe or may not, again, we haven't made any votes, that a renovation would take? Thank you for clearing that up. How long would something like that take, that we would be out if that was the decision? What's the answer?
The renovation, that's not for me.
I mean, no, not for you, I mean for the...
Thank you, Seth.
My question goes,
All right, hold it, Seth, if you can just stand by. Stand by. County Manager, is there a response on the timeline for renovation? Has anybody looked at that?
We haven't looked at it. I would just say based on the size and scope and what we're trying to do, if we're trying to do both facilities and we're trying to do both facilities at the same time, we would say at least 18 to 24 months at the minimum. I would say you would err more on the 24-month period of time. So at least 2 years. Now, and like I said, that's just a rough estimate, but that's not based on any design or any scope or any program that we currently have. It's just based on what has been provided.
Vice Chairman Jones, yeah.
Okay, just to follow up. So if that were to happen, it would be 2 years without shows coming through here? Or do you all have, I don't know who would answer the question, where would be the next place that's that size to make sure that we would not get taken off of, as they call it, as he was stating, that route? Where would be the place that we would do that? Does anybody have an answer for me? Since it would be 2 years, and I
would
personally
say-
want some entertainment coming through my town, and I don't want to wait for 2 years, and nor do I feel my community wants to do so.
Sure. For the current Crown Complex, you obviously have other facilities there, but they may not be able to host those specific events based on the amenities, size, space, rigging capacities, seating capacities, all that type of stuff that the event needs. If you're talking about touring ticketed events, hard ticket events, the only other venue that we have that could host those would be the Coliseum. When you start comparing the Coliseum to the theater and/or potentially arena, you come to a size comparison where that's really where you run into an issue, is the cost efficiency of doing a show in the theater and/or arena versus doing that same show in the Coliseum. Some touring events only want to play specific types of venues, whether that's an amphitheater, an arena, a stadium, a theater, and so some won't come if you're trying to scale down to a larger venue. Others will come, but your issue is going to become an efficiency of scale in dollars and cents. It costs considerably more money to host an event in the Coliseum than it does in the theater. Even if you go into a half house or third house set, which would mean a half of your capacity or a third of your capacity, you basically just take the stage and you stair-step it up to reduce how many seats are being used. But you still have a higher volume of staffing that's needed. Your utilities are higher in the Coliseum. You have the potential of having to convert from hockey that we're in for half the year in there into a stage setting and then convert back to hockey afterwards. You have production, which is higher for the Coliseum than it would be for a theater type facility. So there's a lot of secondary components that go into that. So I don't want to say that it's a loaded question. It's a fair question, but there's so many secondary follow-up questions you would have to ask is, which specific event are you talking about? What are their housing needs and desires? And what is our tolerance of additional financial expenditures to host that event in the Coliseum versus the theater or arena?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that answered it. So I'm going to Commissioner Adams, because I think he's going to direct a question to you. So,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to follow up, because she asked that part, but mine is financials. So the shows that's in the theater, if you know off the top of your head, how much does that generate? And if it goes dark, the revenue loss. Because that would have to be figured in.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I wasn't prepared today to
Okay,
give you
that's
a
fine.
number, but what I could tell you is that, and anyone who lives in the community knows this, for our touring shows, our hard-ticket touring shows, the majority of them take place in the theater just because, based on the other venues that we compete with in the region and our place and what our community wants and what they support, that, 1,500 to 3,000 seat capacity, that's our sweet spot that we found when we took over in 2013. And my predecessor, Jim, was here. I've been here since 2016. We quickly realized that, if you're going to be successful at your business, you have to find your sweet spot. And our sweet spot was those touring acts that fall in that, again, 1,500 to 3,000 seat capacity. And the most efficient way to produce those is in the theater. So we would still have events in the Coliseum, we'd still have events in the ballroom, we'd still have events in the Expo, but those high-profile touring ticketed events, which is what the community really wants to see, the majority of those are going to go away, and that is going to be a considerable deficit to our operating budget.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I didn't know if you had the numbers or the staff had the numbers. It may not even be broken out that way, I'm not sure. But it's going to be some
We could
lost
get to
revenue.
it, but
Yeah.
everything drops to a bottom line.
Yeah, so, yeah. Because this is an enterprise fund, so those revenues make up what we do on that. So you go 2 years without that revenue, there's a cost to it.
Commissioner Adams, anything else?
No, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Benoit, thank you for coming. I think we got a couple more follow-ups, so welcome to stepping up to the mic.
All right.
So Commissioner Tyson, and I'll go to Commissioner Goodell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bring on one.
Given the current layout of the new event center, i.e. the fact it has flat floors,
Yes, sir.
and that it's going with a platform, our Agri-Expo Center has flat floors. And as I just said, you guys have a portable stage. So why would you not mention that you could potentially put shows on there, being that you can take chairs in, portable platforms in, and be able, you got restrooms, you got a kitchen over there. So, I would think that that would be a viable short-term option, and/or renovating one facility at a time.
Sure. That's a fair question and thought. The way I would counter that is respectfully to ask, have you been to a concert in the Expo Center? Because we do them maybe once a year or so. The acoustics are atrocious. You have a metal roof, you have concrete walls and floors, and so the sound quality in there is an absolute nightmare for any sound technician, and I know you have somewhat of a background in that, so I would hope you could appreciate that answer. The second part of it I would state is that while the Crown Event Center has a flat floor, that is a very small component of the seating capacity. The majority of the seating capacity, off the top of my head, I would venture to say 85% plus, is within sloped seating. That is the high-end retractables on the first level, your permanent suites, loges, and PSL seats on your private VIP level, and then the other, traditional concert hall type seating that's on the third level. And you wouldn't have any of that in there. Could you bring in portable bleachers? Absolutely. We know what portable bleachers are and how they feel and how much you'd enjoy sitting in them or not. So again, anything's a possibility, but a touring show is never going to accept the Expo Center as a home for a touring ticketed event.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Benoit. I have a simple question. When it comes to seating capacity, and I know your history and you've worked and ran a number of venues, to garner artists and events and performers, what's the most important when it comes to seating capacity for them? Because we're looking at potentially 2,400 seats or 3,000 seats. Is it to sell out, or is it to have the capacity to continue selling more tickets? What's the biggest motivator from your experience?
Well, again, there's a couple ways to look at that. From the artist perspective, from the promoter's perspective, and from our perspective. And sometimes we are the promoter, and sometimes we partner with promoters, and sometimes we rent the building. So from the artist perspective, they're always looking for what they call back end. Back end, and a lot of the big deals, you pay them a guarantee to come versus a percentage of back end. What back end is after you've covered all of your operating expenses for that event, whatever money is left, and it's usually that flat amount versus 85% of the back end, whatever is left, you take 85% of that. And if that's more than the guarantee, then they get that in place of the guarantee. So when you're putting in an offer, you're competing with dozens of other venues, sometimes more than that. And so you have to make yourself stand out. The way you make yourself stand out is you show them that I know your guarantee, let's say, is $100,000. But with our back end, because we have a higher capacity, we have more seats, we can sell them at a higher average ticket price, we can get you $125,000 or $130,000 if we were to sell out, right? So it is very important to an agent, because their job is to make the most money as possible for that artist. So if I only have 2,400 seats, I can't generate as much revenue without raising ticket prices, which then you hit a point of diminishing returns with the public for what they're willing to pay, versus 3,000 seats. I can have a lower average ticket price, or I can generate more money keeping the average ticket price the same. From the promoter end and from the venue end, we have a saying that, we're lucky to get out on a majority of these shows sometimes, and the money is in the last 100 tickets sold. So every additional seat you have is an extra opportunity to generate what we call ancillary revenue. And those are, we don't charge for parking, but at every other venue, parking is a revenue. For every other ticket you sell that someone comes is potentially more revenue from parking. Concessions, merchandise, ticketing fees. That's where the venues and the promoters make their money. Because more often than not, the gate is going to cover the artist and the operating expenses for the venue. So those additional incremental seats is really what bolsters the bottom line for the operation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, anything else for our representative from OVG? We appreciate you stepping up and
Absolutely.
unscripted and unprepared to take questions.
Always happy. Commissioners, thank you for your time.
But before you leave, I
Yes, sir.
have one question. So the current plan, so that we don't lose continuity of events with the Crown Event Center, understanding that we have a timeline to close the theater and the arena, what is that current plan as it stands now? And I know that you just saw a 10-month delay, so it's kind of on the fly, but before you knew that 10-month delay, we'll just add that to it. What was the plan to insulate against continuity of events?
I mean, my plan and my team's plan is to book those facilities until we're told to stop booking them, right? And the day I get the phone call or the email or the knock on the door and it says you can no longer book the Crown Theater or Crown Arena, I'll stop booking the Crown Theater or Crown Arena. Until then, we will book those until the day that they close and the new venue opens, whether that venue is downtown or at the current location, or if they have to shutter for a renovation or a knockdown and build new. So I'm already booking, I would say, deep into 26 and taking holds for 27 in the current facilities. I had started discussions. I was out at an industry conference in LA a few months ago. I think you and I spoke when I was out there. We were having discussions about potential opening acts for the new venue. Someone had asked earlier, when do you start booking that? It's really, you were close, but it's really about 16 to 18 months out, because you want to have those great acts, right? So we're out there, and we have been for the last 4 years, selling the potential of this venue. The truth is, that's why we've gotten some of the higher profile shows in the theater that we've gotten in the last few years, is because as we're talking to these promoters and agents, we're saying, hey, support us now. We're about to pop with something really big here, and we want to have you on our team, and we want to be doing great shows, and we're going to book a lot of big shows with you. So give us an opportunity now. Let's start training the community for maybe some bigger name shows, some higher ticket prices, whatever it might be, so that we're not starting from square one when that venue opens. So the sooner we know what that timeline is, what it looks like, and what type of facility we have, then we can get out back into the game with these agents and promoters and build for the successful facility that the community deserves.
Thank you, and again, we appreciate your partnership and appreciate you being here tonight and on the spot taking some questions.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just as a follow-up to that for the attorney, do we have a requirement based on, and I've seen a date thrown around on November dates and things like that, is there a date that we must stop producing shows in the arena or the theater?
No, the extension that was granted on the consent order expires in November of this year. And I have talked to Seth about this on occasion. It is my opinion that if we are actually in the midst of constructing a new facility, we would not have any issues with that, or at least they would be a good legal argument that we were in good shape. But hearing Seth talk, this does bring up another couple of issues I want to make sure the board is aware of. We have the contract that we have with OVG is for all those facilities. And this, I mean, I'm sure we can amend the contract, but that would also certainly change the financial relationship that we have with OVG. And it would be, we need to know how, he said he was booked up into sometime in 2026. Would we be able to start remodeling on these facilities while they're booked up? How much of a legal issue is going to create to get past the booked shows? So those are just two issues to keep in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioners, other comments or questions based on the information that we've heard and the additional speakers that we heard? Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Faircloth, you recognized?
Thank you. I just heard one comment. I don't even know where it came from, but when back in 2020, I think it was, when we were talking about going with a new facility or renovating an old facility, and then how the decision was made, it wasn't between any particular facilities. It was just between cost, and the cost estimates at that time were, for the new facility was $72 million. And to renovate the old facility was $55 million. That was then. That was a $17 million difference. And you know, there was only a $17 million difference in building new, and that's why everybody looked at the new.
That's not why everybody looked at it.
Well, that's why the people that looked at the new numbers and dollars looked at it.
Same you.
Let's be respectful of people's times.
There was no location talked about. It was building a new facility or an old facility. The dollar amounts were 72 and 55, and everybody said no brainer. Only 17 million.
Anyone else have any comments? Commissioner Adams, you want to go ahead and make any comments?
No, I mean, he doesn't speak for me, so I don't know why he thinks that you can't throw it out blankly. That's what everybody was thinking, because I'm not sure that's what everybody was thinking in the room. It wasn't my thought. So that's all I said.
Tell them what you were thinking.
All right, so this is just
Our first event.
as we move through these comments, we've received the action information from the staff. Vice Chairman, I'll come to you. Let me finish. Let's just, as we move to this part of the dialogue, let's be respectful of our conversations. And I won't point out that you should address the chair and not each other with the comments, but I don't think I need to do that, but I will if we get out of hand. This is a respectful time we can have if anybody wants to make any comments around anything. So, Vice Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's okay. I just want to state my opinion on it, and I do appreciate that we do all speak for ourselves. When I made the decision with a competent board, just like this board is competent, again, I stated it then and I will state it now. I took in consideration of what I felt my community want. All of these seats belong to the community. I took in consideration more than just the price. We have a very diverse community. We have people of all ages, backgrounds. In my opinion, when I'm speaking to my community, first of all, Fayetteville and Cumberland County may be separate bodies of government, but the people that I speak to, whether they live in Botting Doom, $10,000 houses, because I come from nonprofit, we all come from different walks of life. I'm from military family, or they live in $500,000 houses in Van Story. The people that I speak to in my community always want the same equality, equal rights to be able to go to a show. And I know some people feel like, well, it doesn't matter if you have a car or not, or oh, if you live in Body Doom, you can't go, because I hear comments that I'm professional that I just let slide. But at the end of the day, everyone deserves the same right if they go to one show a year, 2 shows a year. No, I do not feel like, in my personal opinion. So the reason when I made a choice decision to build for something new downtown is because, again, as I stated, everyone I know in the community, the people that put me in this seat, they didn't put me here for me to just be, I do well, me and my family, but I know all people don't do as well as others, but I want to give them the same courtesy for making decisions. Many of us here, all of us probably, matter of fact, can get on a plane and go fly and go where we want to go. But I have to take in consideration that in the real world that I live in, I understand that everybody's not in the same tax bracket, and they want the opportunity, if people want to be able to walk to a show or have the opportunity to go to a show just once a year, they're entitled the same as all of us here with wonderful working jobs. And I personally, the reason why I voted for the downtown location, I'm not one that's just going to be having strategic plan meetings and talking about being world renowned and let's grow and progress, but yet then, you know, when I have seen and know, respectfully, appreciate those that work at the old Coliseum, there's a lot of work that needs to be down there. It's drug infested. I personally, hotels around there is none for that reason. And maybe because I come from nonprofit and the type of work that I do, I know what's going on out and about here. I personally don't feel that economically, that no, there's a lot of work to be done out there. I don't think that hotels, I'm a Hilton Honor member myself, I don't think they're gonna say, hey, yeah, I wanna go and build out here on 301 with a drug-infested hotel. We had a woman herself come and talk about, right here in Cumberland County, one of the hotels out there, that her daughter got shot in the head. We gave her more than 3 minutes, along with how all these other murders that she was concerned about that happens. So at the end of the day, I feel that economically development, when I made the vote, it wasn't just about a 72 or 55 million dollar difference. I personally, when I voted for downtown, is because the people in my community that I represent, and when I say mine, ours, like I said, diverse in all neighborhoods, they want to be able to have the opportunity, no matter what zip code they are, of convenience area. They want opportunity. If I leave the theater, I might want to go down here. I love Piero's and have something to eat. There are no restaurants out there. I might even want to fly in town. I have friends that visit me all the time and stay at a local hotel. I like having convenience that you know, you can go downtown, you can have something to eat at a nice restaurant, and then even McPherson Road and the other places where the hotels, the nice ones are at least, aren't that far away. With that being said, the choice and decisions that I made for it to be downtown economic development, to be quite frank, I travel a lot, and I felt I owed it to my community and myself. You know, I know people say, we're not Raleigh, we're not Charlotte, nor are we trying to be. But just because we're not Raleigh or Charlotte, Houston and all these other places, doesn't mean that we don't want to have a downtown that can offer nice expansions, nice things that you can go to. And at the end of the day, like I said, bodies of government have to work together. I know some people might have the concern, why are you putting county dollars into Fayetteville? The citizens and community members of Cumberland County and that of Fayetteville, they look at it like this. You're going to use the same recreational facilities, whether you live in city and county. You're going to go to the same restaurants. You're going to work in the same places. So my personally decision, when I made it for being downtown, I looked into all those other revenues. And I also understood, at least I trust, all of the experts that were giving us information, as well as our wonderful finance team. I entrusted that when they stated that this was not going to interfere with education money, because it's an insult to my intelligence, to be quite frank, and everybody else is up here. If someone were to think that anybody up here would make a decision that would in harm, this is my opinion, that would in harm or take from mental health needs, water and structure, or education, whether you've been on this board for 3 years like I have been, 5 years, 10 or 15, I find it to be an insult that anyone would even think that somebody would want to put an entertainment center and even try to make the comparison over the great needs. With that being said, those are the reasons that I evaluated and assessed. And before I close, I would like to say thank you, former commissioners, since you're still here, Jimmy Keefe, Commissioner Council, Glenn Adams, and all those that were on the board at that time. We do have subcommittees then, as we do now. When you made your choice and decision, I felt that as a board, we're very competent, just like this board is competent. A decision was made. Now, I know it would be great if I could just come on boards and start changing decisions. Another election is coming up, and so I hope, which also concerns me, that we're not going to get in the business that if things aren't going, last time I checked, voters' rights, majority rules, and I'm hoping that the next board, which is coming up soon, it'll be here before you know it in December. Does that mean it is a concern to me that decisions that we make as this board, when new projects come up, if other people come on, does that mean if they don't like what was decided fairly and equally, does that mean that it's going to continue to just be a new future of stop, pause, if decisions aren't made because the majority rule that people don't like? That's all I have to say about it. My vote is for, as the media has already keeps asking me, it's for downtown. It was for downtown then when a competent board made that decision. I don't have a problem with remaking the same decision. I thank everyone for all the information that has been provided, not once, not twice, 3 times, and my taxpayers out here, the money that has been spent, $30 million, whatever decision or way it goes, I want to know that I don't like to see throwing money down the drain. I have to entrust in decisions, this board, old board, and new board, that individuals make, because again, these seats belong to the community. And I mean, like I said, it'd be wonderful and great if I can just continue to just change decisions, stop, pause, every time if maybe what I vote for doesn't come through. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by saying it's been an absolute honor and a privilege that the voters of District 2 entrusted me and the rest of my fellow board members to represent them and their interest on this board. And it's a responsibility that I don't take lightly. Coming onto a new board, there's a lot of catch up to do, as you can imagine. You learn a lot of new things, and it's especially been difficult coming on mid-project of a project this scale and size. So it's definitely been a learning curve. You know, respectfully, I have some of the same concerns Ms. Jones does, but I look at it from a little bit different lens. You know, when I see that we have one of our oldest festivals in downtown have gunshots fired at it right outside of its footprint, that gives me pause. The next day, there was a drive-by shooting on Gillespie Street right outside the Crew Lounge that largely went unreported. These events led to another festival being concerned for its safety in downtown and actually going to Seth and OVG to work out to have their event out at the Crown Coliseum. So for me, that spoke volumes to the safety element that the vice chair spoke to. So I can appreciate her concerns with that. It's been said many times that the jail is where the crown should be and the crown is where the jail could be. And I can't speak to what the former board's methodology or practice is to that, but we are where we are. And I think, like it or not, the Crown Coliseum is not going to move. The jail, in perceivable future, is not going to move. Those facilities, regardless of the decision that's made tonight, will continue to be operated unless this board shuts them down. So, you know, looking at operational efficiency, looking at the cost, looking at the exposure, and then coming on and having our school system tell us that we got $1 billion infrastructure deficit almost in our schools, that now our contamination warnings for our water have spread to Harnett County and Hope County, and by absentia, the other parts of our county. You know, this would not be a project that I would have prioritized as a high need had I been on the board at the time. I don't mind saying that. But we are where we are. I sit in a unique position because in some ways, the decision that's made tonight will have a great impact on me personally and professionally. I'm a commercial real estate broker. But I can't lean or rely on what my personal interests are here. And for me, taking the risk on this new facility with so many unanswered questions while we have so many needs in this community would be disingenuous, not just to the people of District 2, but to our county as a whole. This was not a decision that I had preconceived before looking at the facts, but seeing where the facts lay today, that's where I'm at. And I believe we can fix what we have, provide a minimal asset to this community. We can actually have 2 venues instead of 1. And we can go on about, as the vice chair said, about getting to the business of this board, at fixing our education and investing in that, and giving our residents clean, safe drinking water. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time that you've given me, and I yield back the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do listen to everybody. And I will tell you that when we did this event center, was not to prioritize it over any other thing that we were doing in this county. I think that board took it seriously in terms of all of the things that were in front of it. And we got to be clear about this. And I do understand we're talking about the water, we're talking about the school system, different funding sources altogether. And we can throw out here of what the legislator might do about getting rid of it. That's a red herring. That's what we call it in my line of work. That's just a red herring. Hadn't heard anybody talk about doing anything with opening up any of these, because nobody really wants to do that. Mr. Chairman was up there. Because once you open that Pandora's box, yeah. Once you open that Pandora's box, it's going to go crazy. So I don't see anybody up there opening that Pandora's box. This board and previous boards and this county manager and the prior county manager have done an excellent job in terms of the finances of this community. We did a pay-as-you-go. We have not sunk this county into debt. We can ask our finance people. I asked the question specifically, when's the last time we financed anything, and it's the refinance and what we did for the Crown Coliseum. Everybody knows that anytime I spoke, I always talked about Fayetteville being the gateway to southeastern North Carolina. We've got a med school coming here. We've got a beautiful opportunity to own this. I do believe, and I believe everybody I hope the citizens don't get upset with me, but if we lower this tax rate like we talking about doing, there's a possibility of us even getting out of a tier 1 type community. And so this just enhances that. You know, when we fly out of Raleigh-Durham, when we go to the DPAC, when we go to all of these other places, that's just revenue that we lose from here. Great for those people that can go. There's another set of people that can't go. And I think we have to think about that countywide. I also believe that I think we can't just mix apples and oranges. This Crown Event Center is entirely different than what's out at the Crown, out at the Coliseum. I will tell you, though, that when we got ready to do it, the question was asked many, many times, what was going to happen to those 2 buildings out there? The old board basically says, hey, going forward, let the new board be able to decide that. That's why it wasn't whether we tear it down or whether we do all of that. It wasn't to go out there, but it was how do you repurpose all of that. I know that the Agro Expo, they use that for the fair and some other events out there. But, you know, I remember talking to, and I'm wind this up, Mr. Chairman, because it is getting late. I do remember talking to Dr. King for a long time, and I said, Dr. King, what's one of the things you learned in this? He says, when you try to repurpose something that wasn't really done and go back and renovate, it's going to cost you more than if you build new. And I believe that. And I believe that when we talk about the rooftop, the speakeasy, the meeting rooms, the banquet rooms, I'm just going to tell you that just out of personal experience, I was going to an event Friday night. It was going to be out at Fort Bragg at the Iron Mike, and people wouldn't buy tickets because they didn't want to get on base. They just couldn't get on base. We have an opportunity to be able to have these folk do it right here in Cumberland County, due to the sales tax, add to the economy, and whether we move forward or not, because I don't know where we are on it, we were talking about also the synergy between the Crown Event Center, the Black History Museum, the Market House, on up to the Airborne Museum, on up to the Civil War Museum, all of that playing a part with the historic part of downtown. And I just tell you, there's some people who have poured their heart in the downtown Fayetteville, spent their hard-earned money. You're one of the ones, you're down there. This will be an economic boom to all of those businesses who believed in Fayetteville and believed in what this board and what this city could do. It is of the utmost that I believe that we put this downtown. I talked to members on the city council. I think we can work that parking deck from the other end into this. I always talk about, if you go down to Atlanta, you go to a hotel, you try to park your car, it's $40 a night to park your car. You don't get that. That whole parking deck is $5 a day to park right behind the PwC building. This needs to be built downtown. I honestly believe that. I do understand everybody has to make their own decision, but I would encourage us to look in terms of building this downtown, because that's going to be the greatest economic event that has happened in this community in quite a while, aside from the stadium. This is a bookend to that stadium, and I think it works. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any others? Commissioner Patel?
So,
He told me to get to the
so, what do I say that hasn't already been said?
Speak up.
So, I just want to genuinely thank, our county staff, because this has been a decade-long project. It doesn't, the last 6 months or so have shown me that government does not run easily. It's just as bad as private sector almost. So, the reality is, there's a lot of heart and soul that's been poured into this project. There's a lot of due diligence, a lot of homework. Personally, I'll tell you that the reason that I looked to become a county commissioner was to help invest in the next future generations that are yet to be born and still coming and still growing up. And, hopefully we have college students that'll come back to Cumberland County and make sure they continue to call this place home forever. The concerns that I have, though, which I'll stay out of the finance stuff because everyone knows I like to break things apart and models and things of that nature. But really what I believe is a bandwidth concern with all of the priorities that we have, whether we discuss safe water, we discuss the education system, making sure we back it, whether it's investing in other projects that are in the pipeline. There's only so much that one individual or team can do, and if we want to do it right, I don't know if this is the time to we technically already broke ground, but to break ground on this project. And I think, or I truly believe that, if we could have waited, I would have preferred that, but I would believe that our residents would be better served by our county government working on and spending their time on the necessary priorities that will actually help us move out of Tier 1 status. And I just want to thank all of our partners on the private sector side, all the citizens that have giving us the time to work on this project and learn as much as we can, and get to a point where we can make a decision. So just want to end. Definitely, I want to thank my fellow board members. It's been a lot of time we spent together, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, any other comments? Any other comments? If not, I'll look for action for the board. Commissioner Faircloth,
Yes,
you're recognized.
I do have a motion. I would, at this time, move to reject the GMP3 amendment.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to reject the GMP3 amendment. It's been properly seconded. I'd open it up for discussion. Commissioner
No,
Adams?
I was pointing back.
Commissioner, Vice Chairwoman Jones?
Yes, I guess my discussion is that if it does get rejected, are we still going to be open to, or another vote? Because I'm definitely not going to, I just put it out there. I want to make sure, whether it goes forward to rejection or not, this board will be voting to see if there's other options. Correct. We're not just going to naturally assume. I want to be clear on that. It's not going to be a natural assumption to move forward with downtown, the current theater that was already voted out. We're going to discuss maybe other options, or are we not? We're not just going to naturally assume that everybody's on board for going back to re-renovation. Is that not correct? I want to be clear on that.
Vice Chairman Jones, the motion that's on the table currently is to reject the $125 million GMP3 package that came forward tonight. As we look at this project, the next step in this is to approve or reject this GMP3 project, so because it's the next step in the construction of downtown. So the motion that's on the floor that is seconded is that.
I understand quite well.
You're
You're on-
recognized, Vice Chairwoman Jones.
Well, thank you for recognizing me, Chairman, because I do comprehend and understand exactly what was said. And again, maybe it's not the appropriate time for me to ask my question before I chose to make a decision or vote, so that you will understand what I was asking is or is not. Now, if I need to ask that question at another time, respectfully, Chairman, I'll do so, but so that you and I respectfully can understand, I certainly understood the question. Now, do I need to ask the question another time? Is this more appropriate? Because I understood what the motion was, no doubt, and also the second. That wasn't what the issue was for me. Maybe I was just not making myself clear.
Vice Chairwoman, your questions need to be germane to the motion.
Well, I thank you for that, because I just want that to be clear. I understood what it was. In that case, I can move forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just so that everybody's clear, if we reject this GMP3, basically we're killing the project because we don't lock in these costs. So if this motion passes, I mean, we basically finished with putting it downtown. So I would tell you that I think it's, I guess I'm against that motion, just to put it on the floor, because that's what it does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion on the motion? Again, the motion on the floor is to reject the GMP3 amendment that was placed before us tonight. Hearing no other questions and have restated the motion, I will ask for your vote. All in favor of rejecting the GMP3 as stated in the motion, please raise your right hand.
Voting in favor, Commissioner Tyson, Commissioner Council.
Are you confused?
Yes.
Can you
This council got old ears.
Are you voting in the affirmative for this motion? That is the question.
They want to know, do you want to move it?
Madam Vice Chair.
I'm trying to explain to everyone because she can't hear.
Yes, ma'am. I'm chairing the meeting. Ms. Council, the motion on the floor is to accept the motion on the floor is to affirm the rejection of GMP3. That's the motion on the
The
floor.
rejection.
Yes, ma'am. The motion on the floor is to
reject it.
reject.
I'm sorry, my ears are old.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, I'm voting for the motion.
Madam
Okay.
Clerk, you have it.
Please raise your hand again if you're voting to reject. I want to make sure I have everybody's. Voting in favor is Commissioner Tyson, Chairman Deviere,
Are you
Commissioner
voting in the
Patel,
affirmative?
Commissioner Council, and Commissioner Fairclough.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have something to say.
Stand by, Vice Chairwoman.
I did what?
All against the motion, please like sign.
Voting in opposition, Vice Chairwoman Jones and Commissioner Adams.
Madam Clerk, the motion carries.
Yes.
So the motion carries to reject the GMP3 amendment. Vice Chairman Jones, if you have a comment, you're recognized.
I do have a comment, and I find it to be very disrespectful. Ms. Council could not hear. I find that to be very disrespectful, and Chairman, that to me was out of order. And I will not accept that. I am a black African-American woman. You can say what you want to say, and this is someone that I would not be here for. It is not appropriate. You all know she cannot hear, and if you choose to censor me or do what you have to do, I will stand by that. I refuse. It was disrespectful. And everyone else in here, get mad, say whatever, put it on the record. I do not appreciate it. As an African-American woman in leadership, for someone that I would not sit here before her. Now, put that on the record.
Vice Chairman.
I need to be
are
excused. Yes, I am. I need to be excused.
Madam Vice Chair,
Wait.
No, I need to be excused. I'm going to the restroom. I need to be excused.
Madam Vice Chair, we can take a 5-minute recess if that will assist you, because unless there's any other actions that are going to come before this board.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Council, you have nothing to be sorry about. You needed me to restate the motion. I did that. You said you understood it, so we moved forward.
Yes.
That's on the record. We currently have a commissioner that has, a vice chairwoman has left. She has a duty to vote. Therefore, in her absence, according to our rules, Rules 20, correct, meaning Mr. Attorney, that any further business, her vote is in the affirmative. And that is in accordance with our rules.
Rule 20.
But did you excuse her?
It doesn't matter. Commissioner Adams, let me clarify, and I can have the attorney clarify. If somebody is not present, they have a duty to vote. By Rule 20, if they are not present, their vote is in the affirmative if they were here at the beginning of the meeting. Yes, we need to update our rules, but that is our current rules. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Fairclough, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, that's just a standard rule under Robert's Rules of Order.
It's also our rules. Yes, sir.
Read your motion.
Okay, the other thing is, I would like to give her a few minutes. You know, I've got a few minutes if you do, but,
Board, if you'd like to recess for a couple minutes, we can. If not, we can continue. It's late in the evening. We are all here. I'm not going to recess us because I don't want to break and people leave, but I will give her another 60 seconds to come back in the room.
Mr. Shepard, it's a long time to go down that women's bathroom. It's down at the other end of the hallway. You couldn't get down here in 60 seconds if you wanted to. So I would ask that we take a 5-minute break and give everybody an opportunity just to have that.
I'm not going to recess.
As a person with ADA needs, I have to use the bathroom, and I will not be disqualified because I'm going to the restroom and you all see I have a stroke. That will not happen. Now I'm going to ask again. That is out of order. Now I said I have to use the restroom, and I will not be humiliated as a person with a disability. And if I have to use the restroom, how dare anyone, as much as I work with this community and this board, say that I don't have a right to use the bathroom and get opportunity to come back. Enough is enough.
Madam Vice Chair,
And I
we're
will
waiting on
say it
you.
again, and I thank the person in the audience that came to get me to say they're trying to count your vote without you, and that Commissioner Adams stood in my behalf. And I'm gonna say it again. I will use the restroom and I expect my vote and to be given opportunity, just as everyone in here that can walk, a chance to get back for my vote to count. And I stood up and said I was going to the restroom. I will not be disrespected. as a person with a disability that's on a cane,
Ma-
I will be allowed to use the restroom.
Madam Vice Chair, please go to the restroom. Board, let me be clear, no one disrespected anyone. There was no disrespect in my tone, my language, and no one else on this board showed any disrespect. If any member of this board felt that they were disrespected, they can take the appropriate action to seek remedy for that. At this time, I'm not going to recess. I will hold us here until the vice chairwoman returns from the restroom, because if we break, I'll never be able to get everybody back together.
Let me go get it.
No, ma'am. I mean, you can if you like, but you want to recess?
Correct.
The chair's prerogative not to recess. But you can take time. You can take time.
You want to go get it?
Yeah, let me get, Andrea,
Yes, ma'am. You can leave it right there, we'll get it. You can just leave it right there, we'll take care of it.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. If you couldn't hear, we restated the motion and everything's fine.
I mean,
So,
don't move. They call me lead ass.
Commissioners, just to remind you, we are still streaming live as we take this pause in place, as we allow the vice chairwoman to a break.
If I sit back down, I won't get back up. Okay.
Is that out?
Oh,
That's out? Is that out?
Yes.
Yeah, no,
That's just my charger.
no, that's not an apple.
It's an app.
It's not.
I don't know what kind of thing it is.
It's a USB-C.
No, I can't. Yeah, that's my question. I meant that now. I got some.
When it's back in
Board, we'll go ahead and come back, to order. Do you need a break, Ms. Council? Do you need a break as well, Ms. Council? Do you need? The board will go ahead and come back to order. Commissioners, are there further actions to come before this board? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion that we discontinue the Downtown Crown Event Center project and terminate all contracts related to this project.
Second motion.
There's a motion on the floor to discontinue the Downtown Crown Event Center project and terminate all contracts for this project. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion? Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, I would ask for your vote on the motion to discontinue the Downtown Crown Event Center project and terminate all contracts for this project. All in favor, raise your right hand. Does everybody understand the motion?
Voting in favor, Commissioner Tyson, Commissioner Council, Chairman Deviere, Commissioner Patel, and Commissioner Fairclough. Voting in opposition, Vice Chairwoman Jones and Commissioner Adams.
Commissioners, is there any additional actions to come before the board?
Chairman.
Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
Thank you. At this time, I'll make a motion to direct the county manager to develop an RFQ for a development framework for the renovation of the Crown Arena and Theater within 30 days and to bring back to the committee.
Second.
There is a motion on the floor. Can you restate that?
We'll make a motion to move to direct the county manager to develop an RFQ for a development framework for the renovation of the Crown Arena and Theater within 30 days and bring back to the Crown Committee.
Motion as restated. Are there any questions or discussion on the motion? Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
Yeah, it's just, it's kind of, I said, Mr. Tyson, I'm perplexed. If we don't have bandwidth to do it, then we should just basically not go out to the Crown either and just shut it down. If we talk about prioritizing the schools, the water, and all of that, and you can't prioritize all this, there's no reason to do this project. We should just stop where we are. We've already killed the other one. There's no reason to go spend this money out at the to do a renovation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Adams. Are there any other comments on this motion? Is everybody clear on them? Does anybody need the motion restated? If not, I would ask for your vote on the motion as stated by Commissioner Patel. Raise your right hand in the affirmative.
Who was my second?
Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you. Voting in favor, Commissioner Tyson, Commissioner Council, Chairman Deviere, Commissioner Patel, and Commissioner Fairclough. Voting in opposition, Vice Chairwoman Jones and Commissioner Adams.
Board, are there any additional items or actions to come before this board? Commissioners, are there any further actions to come before this board?
If not, I make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
But before you do
I'm sorry.
that, I'll recognize Vice Chairwoman.
Yes, I just want to let the record state, I am an African-American, the only second at-large woman to have this seat. I will not be disrespected. I find it to be humiliating and embarrassing that if I have to use the restroom, that a citizen, which I appreciate, has to come and tell me that this board does not have enough respect for me to wait when I stood up. This meeting's been almost six hours. In the same way I advocate for those with disabilities, I am the only second woman, let me be clear, that's African-American and woman, period. We have 2 women on this seat. Now, I know that no one would ever want to disrespect their wife. Half of you all are married in here, their daughters, their aunts, or their sisters. And I will not, and I feel I'm owed an apology, have someone, a citizen, I find it humiliating, has to run out and tell me that board members that I work with, hurry up, Ms. Jones, we appreciate your service as one of our few women leaders, and you have a chairman, as they ran and telling me, I wish I could have spoke up for you, as I was told from an Alliance Downtown member, and I appreciate that, telling me you might want to get back because they're trying to move forward with a vote, although we've seen you stand up to say you have to use the bathroom. And I do not appreciate it, I don't deserve it, and I do not. Again, as an African-American woman and a woman, period, as one of the few that serves, and I see and I appreciate my counterpart over there, Kathy Jensen, I don't deserve to be treated like that. And I don't appreciate it, and yes, I want an apology.
Thank you for your comments, Vice Chairwoman. Are there any other comments or points of personal privilege that people that any commissioner would like to make at this time? Mr. Faircloth, you're recognized.
I don't think we really intended any disrespect. The discussion among the group was what do we do now when somebody leaves? Should we take a break? What should we do? So there was some discussion about it, but I think it was somewhat misrepresented. But I don't think anybody intended any disrespect.
Commissioners, are there any other comments, first points of personal privilege before we adjourn? Commissioner Patel, you're recognized.
I just want to thank everyone for the long meeting, and Vice Chairwoman Jones, apologize if you feel disrespected, and I assure you that I don't believe there was any one of the board members or the staff that intended to do that, so thank you.
Commissioners, any other discussions or points of personal privilege you'd like to have? Okay,
I would like to say I thank you.
You're recognized, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for that, Patel. And again, when a citizen, that shouldn't happen, a citizen shouldn't have to come and tell me that board members are moving forward. And I thank you, Commissioner Adams. Let's be honest and truthful here, because they informed me that you were not for that. So if we're going to be honest and transparent, let's be honest. And although it may not be intentional, I am that woman who was raised professionally and also raised to be a young lady. Just because we don't do things as intentional doesn't mean it shouldn't happen. Because it did happen, it wasn't appropriate. So I thank you for stepping up, Commissioner Patel, and apologizing and stating that was not the intent. I appreciate you being a gentleman.
Are there any other commissioners that have points of personal privilege? Hearing none, before we adjourn and before I release the gavel, I will make a comment as far as point of personal privilege. As I stated earlier, we knew this was going to be an intense meeting. I had hoped that we could stay respectful. If there were times that it was not respectful or people felt they weren't respected, it was probably due to miscommunications. If people need to leave the meeting, especially in the middle of actions and votes, the proper protocol for that would be to recess. I've done that once tonight. I would have gladly done that again tonight. The question came up, if someone is not here for a vote, what happens? We weren't taking an action. The question came up, what would happen if a vote happened? We clarified that because we had an earlier conversation about that earlier this week when we had a member not present for a vote at the Monday meeting. So we are clarifying the question on how we would proceed if we needed to proceed. At the time, we understood that Vice Chairwoman needed to excuse herself momentarily. I paused the meeting and allowed that to happen. If the Vice Chairwoman misunderstood my actions, then I regret that, and I want to make sure that everyone on this board is always treated with respect, whether we disagree or agree, and I think I have led that way as a chairman. From the time that you voted to put me in this position, and I will continue to do that. We will have disagreements as a board, but I am committed to always being respectful about those disagreements. We can continue to be civil. It's a simple recess in a meeting when tensions get to a point and anyone can ask for a recess, and I can do that as the chairman. Again, my goal is to continue to keep this board moving forward in a respectful way. Over the next few weeks, we have some intense conversations around budgets and what we're going to do with the budget. We're going to be faced with very similar situations that we were tonight. We're going to be on opposite sides of some of these issues. My hope is that we will handle those with grace, with dignity, and with respect of each other, because that's who we are. At the beginning of this, we say an invocation. I think we all are faith-based, and I think we need to ensure that we move together in these future discussions in a respectful way. So Vice Chairwoman, as I said, if you felt like you were disrespected, that was not my intent. We were trying to figure out the procedure of how a meeting would move forward if you were to leave. Recognizing you needed a break, we did that, and again, the proper way to do that was a recess, but we just took a pause. Again, I thank you for the board's participation tonight. Again, this is an intense meeting. I stand committed to making sure that we govern in a mutually respectful way across this board, because we have a lot of hard decisions to make, and while we all may not agree, we all have the best interests of this community at heart, and I truly believe that. And I care about each and every one of you and the work that you do in this community. So, hearing nothing else, we've got a motion to adjourn. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, say aye. Or raise your right hand, and we're adjourned.
I don't think anybody else was upstairs, right? This is our full, okay, great. I'm going to count us in, Jonathan. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to have Chairman Deviere step up and give you guys some comments.
Thank you, and I'm going to try to probably take more questions than comments. As anticipated, that was a extremely intense meeting. We knew that it would be. A lot of information, a lot of process to go through tonight. So tried to gather some thoughts, but also just really want to answer your questions. But, I'll just start by saying that today, the Cumberland County Board of Commissioners made a difficult but necessary decision regarding the Crown Event Center. After thorough due diligence, comprehensive analysis, and review of previous and recent community input, this board voted to discontinue the construction of the new facility in downtown Fayetteville and have directed the county manager to pursue development options for renovation to our existing Crown Theater and Arena complex. As you can tell by the passion that you saw upstairs tonight, this decision wasn't made lightly. I believe that it reflects our commitment to fiscal responsibility, transparent governance, and practical solutions that best serve our community's long-term interests. This is about responsible leadership when it matters most. I believe you saw a board tonight that chose practical solutions over grand promises, careful planning over rushed decisions, and building something that will serve our community for decades to come. I believe that's what this community elected us to do. Our community deserves leadership and leaders who will make the difficult decisions that you saw tonight. And you saw the vigorous conversations around those and the questions of the different participants tonight. This community deserves leaders who will make difficult decisions based on facts, not on emotions or politics. Today's vote, I believe, reflects a commitment to transparency, responsible governance, and that puts the residents first. As you saw tonight, the action by the board was threefold. So there was a rejection of the $125 million GMP3, which, remember, that's the final construction package that would be needed to take the next step at the Crown Event Center. The next action that was taken by the board was to discontinue the project, the Crown Event Center project, and terminate the contracts with the project partners. And the last action that you saw the board take was to direct our county manager to begin to look at an RFQ, so a request for qualifications or development framework around renovation for the Crown Arena and the Crown Theater, which we heard about tonight. So those were the three actions that came out of it. I will tell you, and I'm sure I will get the question, what comes of the parking lot, the former courthouse parking lot. I will say that we will look at development opportunities. We have not discussed this as a board, but I believe that we'll look at development opportunities both from a private sector as well as potentially maybe a public-private opportunity as well. Just to answer that question before that is asked. So at this time, I will go ahead and open it up for questions. The best I can answer, understanding that I just walked out of the board meeting as well. But I feel that this was important to do. I know you all sat through the meeting, but I think it's important that if you have additional questions, that I can answer them to the best of my ability, or I have Ms. Rice here, who will ensure you get the information that you requested. I know one of the questions is probably around, we'll make sure you have access to the documentations that have been requested previous, and our communications department will ensure that you get access to that as well.
Chairman Devier, my first question for you is there's a lot of individuals, especially business owners in the downtown area, that are disappointed by tonight's decision. What is your message to them and the future for economic development when it comes to the county?
You know, I think our county remains committed to a vibrant downtown Fayetteville. Remember, Fayetteville is the county seat. There's a lot of other municipalities across this. So when we look at, you know, the renovation project that you'll see out at the Crown Event Center now, as that begins to move forward based on, you know, requests for qualifications, there's continued investment there and economic growth that we can put into a commerce corridor that's already been established for many years that we can ensure that we grow. I think if you look back over the many years in downtown Fayetteville, there's been substantial amount of public investment, whether it's in a Segra Stadium or whether it's in a parking deck or several other projects, well, 2 parking decks actually, or several other projects that have been invested in the downtown with public tax dollars. I don't want the downtown, and my business is downtown, and so is some of the other commissioners. I don't want the business community, I don't want the downtown community to believe that the county does not believe in the viability of downtown. This is, clearly you heard the deliberations around tonight, the cost of this, and the other factors that led into the vote. This is not an indicator whether we believe in our downtown or not believe in our downtown. The downtown of whether it's Fayetteville or the downtown a Spring Lake that's trying to revitalize their downtown, or a Hope Mills that's trying to revitalize their downtown, or Stedman. We have multiple communities that have downtowns. They're the heart of any municipality or city, and as a county, we need to ensure that we can, you know, help all of them and lift them up in a way that they can be vibrant in a way. Understanding that this is a seat, I want the downtown business owners, property owners, champions, advocates for downtown to know that the county is not walking away from them.
One more question for you really quickly. As far as numbers go and the cost savings with this, you had a report, a proposal given to you, the commissioners, by an architect that basically outlined what the renovations would look like between the theater and the arena, the Crown Expo, or the Crown Center out there. What is the cost savings based off that architectural proposal versus the cost estimate for the actual Crown Event Center downtown? What ballpark, what does that cost estimate look like as far as savings?
And thank you. So I think when you heard some of that conversation tonight, I think you have to look at which version you want to do, and then you had 2 different, a theater and arena, so there wasn't really an economies of scales if it was looked at together. I think that's why we directed the county manager to go ahead and look at an RFQ so we can get better refinement on what we believe a cost would be, and in some other ways, it also allows the board to have some deliberation to say, what do we want to spend there? But when you look at a downtown project, you know, there was a lot of talk whether the parking deck was attached to this project or not, whether it was needed or not. But the fact remains that it's a $33 million, I'll just use that, not the $46 million. Plus, now we heard tonight $152 million, so $153 million. So, you know, you're pushing $190 million. If you have to factor in the parking deck with this, and I'm not saying it's part of the project, but what we heard tonight from our staff is that they are connected in a way. And if you go back and you look at the RFQ that was done on the parking deck, it actually mentioned the Crown Event Center.
Okay. So with the modernization and renovation of the Crown Theater and Arena, at 2,400 seats, it's $132.9 million. At 3,000 seats, it's $163.7 million. Would you calculate the sunk cost in the current downtown lot into that? What's been done, the $35 million into that?
Great question. So, and I think that's why I think I specifically asked about the what had been encumbered. I think that's part of what the conversations that we'll have with our staff now to better understand that. We know that that's going to there are dollars spent. We're going to have to look at how that is funded, as you heard tonight, potentially from general fund, from fund balance. There's a lot of options to do that. Whether it can get rolled into future debt, that's a legal question that we'll have to, with the LGC, that we'll have to explore. But quite frankly, if there's a development activity that happens there, in some ways it's the site work's done and there's some preliminary work on a development that's already done if there is another development that happens there.
And so another point of hesitation that was brought up a few times is, you know, the Board of Commissioners in the county has been working on this event center downtown, but there's other issues in Cumberland County that need to be addressed: school infrastructure, water. But the money that's being used for the new Crown Event Center is limited. It can only be used for certain things, and those things do not include water or school infrastructure. So can you explain why that was brought into the conversation from your point of view, if that was something that you considered, or if you would like to speak for the whole board?
Yeah, again, I'm going to speak as a chairman, not as my personal, I'm trying to give you chairman's views as the board. I think that was part of the questions we had from an overall debt capacity and ability to bandwidth to do these types of projects. We've already, we'd already seen delays in this project already, but I think it was more of a question around the cost of those F&B dollars. So you heard our manager talk about $185 million of total capacity of what we could do with that F&B dollars. So we're going to use all of that for this Crown Event Center. Are there other options? And there are a lot of different ways that you can use the F&B dollars based on the session law and as it's laid out. Are there different things that you can do with it from a tourism standpoint or other things? So do we want to put all our eggs in one basket? And I kind of equated it, do we want to max out our food and beverage tax credit card on one project? And I think that's part of some of the concerns and conversation that I heard from the board, and I think you heard some of that tonight.
All right, one last question.
Yes, ma'am.
I spent a lot of time talking to every single commissioner, except for Commissioner Council, but everyone seemed to have known where they stood coming into this meeting, and I asked you many, many times trying to get that. Was your decision made in this meeting tonight? Was it, what was the timeline on your decision? Because, I mean, Commissioner Patel had told me that it was something that he needed to see all these numbers first. But what was your motion going into tonight? How did you feel?
So I tend to make decisions on facts. I try to take the emotions out of it. Personally, I thought it was important that we saw all the information. We allowed the board to ask every question and understand every piece of information, and that came back really Monday. And so we're able to delve down into that. For me, really the decision came today, a final decision. I mean, I could move back and forth and see different pros and cons. I have gotten a lot of information about this project from previous commissioners as well as the staff. And I think for me, that decision and that decision point came today. And really, I wanted to hear deliberation. I mean, quite frankly, the statement that I read tonight, I had two statements. It's kind of like when you run for office. You got one when you're going to win and your concession speech. And I literally wrote two kind of comments to say, one, we were moving forward, and one, we wouldn't, based on the general kind of comments that we had, not knowing where the full board would go. For me, that decision was made over today, and it was finalized today, and then it was confirmed to me in the meeting. A point in the meeting, personally, that gave me a lot of pause is we never really clarified that parking deck. Whether it's part of, because it's a cost, and if we're going to have it, it's $33 million that if it can't be funded through F&B, is funded through general operations, which gets back to that 15% of our total capacity. So for me, it's about ensuring we're prioritizing, and my decision was really made this afternoon, finalized, and then through the deliberations that we had tonight.
One quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Talking about having all of those F&B dollars in one basket, is there anything pressing that you want to see that money used for now that you have freed it up?
I think that's a board conversation. I mean, when you look at our strategic planning, which everything should start with our board strategic planning, that we came together and we coalesced around a plan, agreed to a plan. I mean, there are things like the number one thing from an amenity in this community was not an event center. It was an aquatic center. So do we have the ability to do things like a regional aquatic center? Does that drive tourism? Is a way that we can legally use those dollars to do that? That may be one example. I think we can do some renovation and modernization to the two facilities at the Crown that we can use that for. And again, it's capacity that we have, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use it.
Sure. And one other concern that I heard this evening is, what kind of precedent does this set, in your opinion? Deciding to change course midstream on a major downtown project like the Crown Event Center.
Precedent as far as what?
As deciding to break ground to move forward with one phase of a project and then decide not to move forward with essentially the third phase.
So from day one, as we talked about this project, I talked about this board doing their due diligence. I think, and you heard a little bit tonight, I walked through the timeline. It was a pretty accelerated timeline towards the end of last year, moving into a new board. And you heard that. I think that speaks to the planning. When this board came in, 3 new members, the largest rotation of a board in recent history, we said, and I was very clear, we were going to be transparent. We need to do our due diligence on the scope of this. Again, a perfect example. Do we need the parking deck? Do we not need the parking deck? So there were a lot of questions that surrounded this project, from the planning, from the scope. Then we ran into a little situation that we needed to address, and so we took a pause. But through all that, the sentiment was that we were going to do our due diligence. So I hope the precedent that it sets is that you have a board that is committed to doing what's in the best interest of the taxpayers of this community, that we're going to be responsible with your tax dollars, whether they're your property tax dollars or the tax dollars that you pay when you go to a restaurant for food and beverage, that we're going to be held accountable for our actions, and that we're going to be transparent. And through this entire process, that's what we've done. So if I can set a precedent, or this board can set a precedent, that's the precedence that we're setting. I think you're going to see that as we move through this budget process, because there's going to be a lot of hard discussions in this budget process. How do we prioritize? What do we do? And if we keep this same value set, I think we'll be very successful as a board. My hope is that we can continue to have those conversations in a mutually respectful way.
Chairman Devier, I got one more question for
Sure.
you. When it comes now to putting money into the Crown Theater and Arena, talk about the area around it. That was brought up tonight about the drugs and not having hotels and things like that. Does the county or does your administration plan on implementing any funding to help build that area as it stands now to make it more suitable for an event center?
I think I'll point back to the strategic plan. So we talked about how do we build these areas of commerce. You've got a perfect opportunity, and I talked about this in my State of the Community as well, that came out of that strategic plan. When you look at that Crown complex, we've got an entertainment center there. You couple it with, you look at tourism, and you begin to look at sports tourism, and you begin to look at things like an aquatic center that's regionally, and has the competition ability. you can begin to create an areas of commerce. It's where we focus and where we focus our economic developers and say, we want to do these things. And that should speak through our budget. So as you begin to see our budget deliberations, you should see those types of things, that we're going to make the investments in economic development. We're going to make the investments in how do we acquire sites? How do we begin to shape the sites that are here to be able to grow from an economic standpoint? Do we need to put some things in place on, we have some actions against one of the hotels that's out there now. There are some things that we need to continue to do. But if we make the investments, we can continue to recruit the type of industry, the type of commerce that we want in that area. And I'll tie it right back to what I said in my State of the Community. If you're looking long-term, you're right next to the airport. We do the same thing with the airport. We create that area of commerce. And hopefully, the way this community is working, I-685 will come down 87, which is a natural path through there. So now we've got 295, you've got 95, you've got I-65, I-685 tied together if we invest now. Think about if we had made this investment 20 years ago and focused on that area. Think about the Lenovo Center. Think about the areas that you see in Atlanta. They're outside the urban center, but they create an environment for arts and entertainment and sports entertainment. We have that opportunity.
Do you have any concern over any legality issues coming out of stopping this, either with contractors, architects, anybody who has been involved with that, or any concern that the county could look like a bad actor for pulling out of this project pretty far into it, going into the final construction package?
So I think this is actually, if you're going to do it, it's the optimal time to do it. So if you remember when I talked about this next step would commit over 85% of the dollars to this project. If you're going to stop a project for whatever reason, this is, in my opinion, the time to do it. I think it shows responsibility. I think it shows a sense of ensuring the project is on track to do what it's supposed to do. As far as the legal realm, we've had some questions previously to our attorney about our contracts, and of course during that pause there was some review of our contracts and scopes. I'll leave that to the legal team and Diane to kind of answer any of the specifics on the contracts, but they're pretty standard contracts as far as opt-out and termination clauses in each one of them. But I'll let our attorney work his way through that. Anything else? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know it's been a long evening. Please, if you have additional questions after you leave here, or you need follow-up interviews with myself or another commissioner, please reach out to Diane, and she'll be glad to help you. And again, as I talked about, the information that I know some of you are looking for Monday night, we'll make sure that's provided as well. But thank you for your time. Thank you for your partnership to help us make sure that we get factual information out. Thank you.